We love our planet. We do not let our planet down. We care for it. We are STAR. Cradled in the heart of the Indian Ocean lies a small, precious pearl surrounded by golden sands and bountiful waves. Adorned with natural lustrous colors, embellished with flora and fauna, this pearl, also known as Sri Lanka, is heaven on earth. With a rich history in manufacturing apparel that dates back thousands of years, it was this very same pearl lying in the ancient Silk Route that bridged the Orient to the West. Since then, Sri Lanka has blossomed into a world-class apparel sourcing destination for the global fashion industry. As the pioneer association representing the nation's apparel manufacturers, the Sri Lanka Apparel Exporters Association, or SLAEA, strives to portray the reality of Sri Lankan apparel. An end-to-end apparel solutions provider that goes beyond your average apparel manufacturing destination. Inaugurated in 1982, the members of the SLAEA represent over 70% of the total value of apparel export earnings of the country. The association brings together key stakeholders within the country to engineer favorable operating conditions that would enable the apparel industry to thrive. Sri Lanka's hallmark quality and productivity, along with its reputation as an ethical manufacturing destination that prides itself on championing female empowerment and employing sustainable manufacturing practices, make the island nation the ideal location to do business. With SLAEA, Sri Lanka's story of apparel will continue to scale insurmountable heights as we move into an exciting future in this isle of apparel. We love our planet. We do not let our planet down. We care for it. We are STAR.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 6th Responsible Fashion Summit presented by Sri Lanka Apparel, JAAF, with the theme of Circularity in Action. Circularity is a key word in today's context of the global apparel industry, especially as the world shows intention to move towards a circular economy. I'd like to mention that this summit is a hybrid summit where there is a digital audience joining us and a limited live audience according to COVID protocols. This summit would not have been possible without our valued partners. Our presenting partner is JAAF, Sri Lanka Apparel. Our main partner is Star Garments. Our associate partners are EcoSpindles, DHL, the official logistics partner, our media and digital partner, Vijaya Newspapers, our radio partners, TNL Now and Light 87. The panels will be moderated by our seasoned moderators, Dr. Mihirini D'Souza, and who has moderated the Responsible Summit since inception, and this year she's joined by Mr. Chatushka De Alvis. Now, I'd like to welcome Mr. Ajay Veer Singh, founder of the Responsible Fashion Summit, to say a few words as a welcome note.
Good morning. I warmly welcome everyone here, digital audience and live audience, and pretty much is a new environment of even hosting an event of this nature. So it's very exciting, and I'm really enriched in terms of the panels that we have lined up, the speakers that there are, and how we're tackling and discussing issues that faces the global apparel industry and pretty much the apparel industry in Sri Lanka. I'm also really grateful for Sri Lanka Apparel, JAAF to come on board, Star, DHL, EcoSpindles and other partners, because the discussion that we plan to have today is based on circularity, which is a hotly, it's a trending word, and I'm not sure if we will be able to achieve circularity, but at least journey pretty much will have a positive impact as we go on. And I also thank all the speakers who are part of the panels, who are also presenting as white paper point of view presentations, and I'm really thankful, and I warmly welcome everyone to gain this knowledge, take it back, and then make use of it in facilitating the change that we all need in the apparel and the fashion industry as we go on. Thank you very much, and enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
The first panel will delve on the impact of circularity in the discipline of design and will be moderated by Dr. Mihirini D'Souza. Dr. Mihirini D'Souza is a leadership coach with over 20 years of experience as a facilitator and an organization development consultant with diverse multinational corporates, international donor agencies, and non-governmental organizations. I would like to welcome her to the stage. There will be 3 panelists joining us today. The panelists are David Abraham of Abraham and Thakur. He's one of the most important designers in South Asia, whose voice impacts the direction of fashion in India. He's the creative director of Abraham and Thakur. Their designs have been acquired by the Victoria and Albert Museum in London for their permanent archives and have been displayed in multiple exhibitions on contemporary Indian design around the world. He'll be joining us online. Next, we have Pumi Pereira. Pumi is the head of design at the Adhering Group. She received global recognition when she was selected to become one of the top 50 influencers in the global denim industry for the year 2020. Pumi represented the Adhering Group with their involvement at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. I would invite her to the stage. Our third panelist today is Arjuna Hettikankanam. Arjuna is the VP of Design at Incube Solutions Private Limited, an innovation and design-driven apparel company focusing on technical garments in intimates and activewear. His vast experience and exposure in his 17-year career has enabled him to work on design innovation projects with brands such as Victoria's Secret and Nike. I'd like to welcome him to the stage. Over to you, Mihirini.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ajay. And thank you, everyone, for being here. A very good morning to you from the Responsible Fashion Summit, 6th edition, Sri Lanka. It is my privilege and honor to once again to be part of this conversation on how we can further the cause in sustainability and circularity in fashion and apparel industry in Sri Lanka and globally. Anything that has been ever made by humans in human history was first pictured in the minds of a person. Imagination and design is the beginning of all things that are human-made. The chair you're sitting on, to your phone, to the carpet, to the clothes that we're wearing, was once only an idea. So if we want to change the impact of our human-made stuff on this planet Earth, there are two sources that we have to first go to. One is to first deeply question the need for some of the stuff in the world, especially the things that we think we need and that we want. And if we decide that we need some of this stuff in the world for utilitarian or aesthetic purposes, or for both, then we must go to the source of the ideas of the creators. And that's what this panel will do today. So today we have Pumi and Arjuna and David joining us from India. So Pumi, I'd like to start the conversation with you. This reimagining of how design can change the world is exactly what Hydramani, amongst others, have been doing with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. The last time we met, you shared a little bit about this and about reimagining our old favorite, the denim jean. Could you explain a little bit about what circularity means in the jeans world and what the opportunities and challenges are in this space? And maybe a little bit of comment about where you see the future.
Yeah, good morning, Mihirini, and nice to be here. Well, reimagining the jean is, in terms of circularity, is really about a durable product, a durable pair of jeans that is also easily disassembled and easily recycled. Now, is this something that we've thought about before as designers when we've approached design? And not really. These are not, the dimensions of thought we've really thought of. We've thought about price, we've thought about aesthetics, we've thought about trends, but we haven't really, designers haven't really approached it in terms of, how long can we make this jean sustain its life cycle. So it's really kind of a complete paradigm shift in how we approach design. So in terms of the challenges, it really challenges the core idea of the DNA of a pair of blue jeans, right? Some of the conventional processes that we use in making jeans, which is things like acid wash and stone wash and these iconic looks to a pair of blue jeans, is now a little questioned when we start to look at things through the eyes of, or through the lens of circularity, which, one of the principles of circularity is to design out pollution and waste, and to keep products in use for longer, and to regenerate natural systems. So when you approach a pair of, approach design from this angle, and as you say, from this iconic old blue jean, a lot of it is challenge as designers, and you have to be able to really embrace the idea of new fibers entering the market and new methodologies. And I think at Hydramani's, we've started this a long time ago. In terms of our technologies, we've invested in laser technology a long time ago and kind of got comfortable with this, and we were kind of tech ready when big giants like Levi's decided, in 2016, that they were going to go into this laser technology and really challenge what the way that blue jeans were going to be made. So in that sense, I think as much as circularity does challenge what the blue jean really is, it's also offered a lot of opportunity in terms of sort of future-proofing what the future of jeans is, for a manufacturer. Because the sooner we get into being comfortable with, cleaner technologies and cleaner processing and better material inputs, we're getting ready for a new generation of, consumers out there who are so much more discerning, Mihirini. And these are the Gen Z guys, right? They're so much more discerning, and this is our market in the next 10 years. So I think manufacturers who are able to be ready for that. Designers who are able to cater to that mindset, are going to be, better set.
Equipped.
Better for the future. Yeah.
Thank you, Pumi. I'll come back to you, especially, what you said about, by the time, like when Levi's was ready, you had already started investing in the technology. So there's a conversation about the role of apparel manufacturers, the designers in there, actually informing the big brands out there about what's possible. So I'd like to direct my next question to David. I hope I see him, but I think David sees us. Are you there, David?
Good morning, Mirini. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. We've got the tech working this time.
Very good.
Lovely to have you join us, David. So, David, so Pumi and Arjuna come from our designers in big apparel industries, big apparel companies. And the kind of market space that you work in might be a little bit different. It might be very, very niche. And as a high-end fashion label, Abraham and Taco have been making a mark for years in the fashion industry for the simplicity and modernity you bring to your designs, while intelligently and really inspiringly incorporating traditional arts and crafts in your designs to bring to life these dying practices. So what are the opportunities and challenges in incorporating sustainable practices and circularity, especially when you're working with smaller cottage industries and incorporating these into your designs to create a market for high-end fashion?
We manufacture our collection here in India. And of course, we are very fortunate in India because we have an extremely rich and extremely diverse traditional craft and handloom industry, which is still very large and which employs a very, very large number of people. So in that sense, it's a very important source of livelihoods. But that aside, I think what's very important is when we look at these systems that are available to us, and again, this is particularly within the context of garment manufacturing in India, is that we have access to these very old skills, and we need to re-look at them because sometimes we also tend to ignore traditional knowledge. And there are systems, there are ways of manufacturing textiles which go back many, many years, centuries even, which could be relevant within the context of this discussion. Take, for example, the size of a manufacturing unit, the environmental footprint of a small manufacturing unit as opposed to a very large one. Then we can look at skills which employ the reuse of fabric, because well before people started talking about circularity, we had a very, very old tradition in India, which is still very alive, called Kanta, which comes from West Bengal, Orissa, and that part of India, where old textiles are repurposed and made into quilts, into clothing, into shawls. Because at that point of time, people did not throw away their old saris, for example. They just, when they wore out, or when they stopped wearing them, they would layer them and stitch them together to form a new textile. So still very much in practice. The skill sets are there. We employ them whenever we can. And it's relevant to see that how these can be incorporated into the modern fashion conversation. Because but again, this is not something that can be scaled up to very, very large numbers. But again, from where I speak from a place where I believe that small manufacturer, smaller concerns also are a very important part of this discussion because they also have an impact. And particularly in India, when we talk about sustainability and circularity, I mean, we also need to talk about the sustainability of livelihoods. It's the Western concept of, environmental damage. We also need to talk about how do we sustain lives? How do we stay in lifestyles? How do we sustain traditional knowledge systems? Do we throw that all away in this pursuit of, larger and larger fashion expansion? So I think that we are surrounded by examples, and we need to look at all of them, and we need to see what we can learn and see how we can incorporate all these ancient technologies.
Thank you, David. So I'd like to come back to especially about some of the things that you have incorporated and also talk about your latest fashion show and the things that you've done differently this year. Arjuna, in contrast to, say, the kind of market space that a design label like Abraham and Thaco, and what would you say the challenges and opportunities for an apparel company like Incube, for example, or Brandix or Maze, or the larger apparel organization, to bring circularity into your business model from a design perspective?
Yeah, Mihirini. In terms of opportunities and challenges, a question, particularly with regard to challenges that often gets asked, is whether designing towards sustainability and circularity limits creativity.
Yeah.
And in trying to answer that question, I need to start by saying that the consumer demand for more sustainable, more circular product is growing. And delivering more sustainable, circular products at speed, at scale, and at the right price is becoming increasingly important. But we can't achieve this if, as a design practice, we continue to do what we've been doing the way we've been doing it, right? There has to be a change in the way we approach the process of design. And having said that, when we try to do this, there are practical limitations that we run into. As a design professional embedded within the apparel manufacturing sector, some of those problems, some of those difficulties, some of those limitations that we encounter are predominantly around material and process. So in terms of material, you can't start creating a more sustainable product if you don't start with sustainable material. And although there's been a lot of development, a lot of innovation in more sustainable alternatives to conventional material, the options that are available are still quite limited. It's difficult to find the variety that we are expecting. It doesn't come in the level of refinement that is desired. And when we manage to find sustainable material at that level of variety and refinement, it's so expensive that it doesn't make commercial sense at scale. And then in terms of process, in terms of the manufacturing process that converts that material into finished goods, there's still a lot of improvement that needs to happen in terms of these processes being more sustainable, more ecologically friendly, and also being able to support a more circular process. So there's a lot that needs to happen there. But I think, having said that, I think therein lies the opportunity for design as well. I think what the opportunity that it presents for design as a practice is to start being creative at a higher level, right? It's to start looking beyond the seasonal priorities, beyond just the product, and start assuming a more influential role within the apparel value chain, where we continue to insist, where we continue to push for these material and process level innovations that will in turn enable design to realize their vision of a more sustainable circular product. So I think the answer to the question, is it a limiting factor for creativity? I think it comes down to mindset. You know, when we are confronted with the need for change, what do we do? Do we choose to focus on the limitations and continue to do what we've been doing the way we've been doing it? Or do we embrace the opportunity to start being creative at a higher level? Start looking beyond product and start thinking whole process. I think that, when you put that into context and start thinking about the potential of getting creative in that, it's limitless.
Actually, Arjun, it's your ending remarks are a good segue to my next question, which is about creativity at a higher level and thinking of the influence that designers have in the value chain. So because it's not just the designers at the end. So which kind of takes me to the next question about who else is in this conversation at the design level. So maybe I'll ask you, Pumi, because when you began the conversation with Elan, I know that there were lots of other designers involved in this conversation at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, for example. Who else is in the room, and what is the impact of such players being there, and how does that influence the creative process, and what does this look at a practical level when you try to implement a design that you come up with, which is more sustainable or or going towards circularity?
Well, we got involved with specifically with the jeans redesign project in 2019 because the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has the Make Fashion Circular movement, and within that they have the jeans redesign project. And in 2019, there was a community of early brands that got together, and in that community of brands, there were manufacturers like ourselves, there were designers from premium levels like Stella McCartney, there were manufacturers, there were brands from, I would say, high street level like H&M, Gap, there were recyclers, there were collectors, there were fabric mills, and fabric mills that were denim mills, as well as new entrants that were, people from regenerated cellulose makers and very new fiber makers. And then there were people who were sustainability officers from their organizations. So there was a huge cross-section of a great, very rich think tank in the room. And through this, obviously, when everybody contributes and gets their point of view, it was a bit of a, quite a challenge to put everybody's viewpoints and get to the goals and outcomes of the 3-day session. But it was a fantastic, amount of information because these were all subject matter experts, right? And what we realized when we tried to come up with the architecture of what this circular gene was that there were a lot of innovation gaps, in trying to get to this particular goal. And some of those were, from a fiber level, that, if we were trying to make a durable product, can the fiber actually withstand so many cycles of washers, and also the fiber length becoming small every time you recycle it.
Okay.
And then the other problem was traceability. Once you send this out into the consumer market and once you get it back, how do you identify the fibers that were in there? Because sometimes you find the labels, you pick up an old pair of jeans and see that you've had forever, whether the labels are still telling you what the content was. There were a lot of details like this that we really delved into, and found that there were lots of innovation gaps, and that all these parts needed to be identified and addressed, and that in order to get there, these gaps needed to be addressed, and also the whole process needed to be authenticated. From the fibers to the process to the methodologies, what are the guiding authentication certificates? What are the guiding authentication standards that we were going to use? So the guidelines themselves were, quite, I would say, ambitious. The first set of guidelines that came out. And it meant that there were a few brands and manufacturers that were able to actually probably be the first to adhere to it. But in 2021, they've relooked at it, and I think now they've kind of made it a little bit easier by lowering some of the initial asks so that more entrants could come in. Right. Yeah. So in terms of design, I think when you tell a designer, here's your materials, here's your processes, now go design, you really sometimes can get a hell of a lot out of them, but you really have to define it and say, this is what you got to do, right? And it's amazing what you can come up with. I mean, I've seen it at our center because the Discovery Lab is all about sustainable innovation. Yeah. I mean, that's from the outset what it's been about. And it's about really reframing what the design mindset is, and saying, you got to design for the end of life of a garment. Think about what this garment is going to be, and is it going to be upcycled? Is it going to be decomposed? Is it going to decompose, or is it going to be recycled? So once you've put these parameters in, I think it becomes a lot easier to design within these parameters. And I think we did a good job in coming up with these guidelines. And I mean, a lot of brands have embraced it. Even at we're seeing it slowly come down into mass market brands as well. So like kind of
high street labels.
High street labels as well, yeah.
Thank you, Pumi. So I'd like to ask David, because, about the value chain. You recently had your first physical fashion show since the pandemic began, and the theme was assemble, disassemble, reassemble, using fabric made from PET bottles. So tell us a little bit more about the latest collection and your design approach, and what it was like for you as a designer to work with traditionally unconventional material suppliers in the value chain, and the impact of such collaboration for circularity for you.
This was, we were collaborated with a Reliance company called RLAN, which has developed a technology to recycle post-consumer waste PET bottles, and from which they have now started, they've been doing it for some time, weaving fabrics of different weights, and the fabric is called green gold. So we were approached to see whether we would like to develop it. And I was intrigued by the idea that because, this is definitely one step forward, because as you know, PET bottles is an incredibly important problem for all of the environment. So this seemed like a very, a good step forward. So we worked with the mills to give us a range of fabrics. And then we designed a collection which then also referred to some of the techniques, the earlier craft techniques I talked to you about. One was kanta, where you hand stitch layers of fabric together. And another was patchwork, where you use bits of fabric and offcuts and remnants to construct new fabric. And in that way, we try to create a collection in which we use these techniques both as inspiration to create a design language, as well as to, it was a sort of like a template. This is what you can do with, in the process of recycling fabrics, and in this case, it was really recycling right from the yarn stage. So we brought that all into this language, and we wanted to create a collection that was very diverse, from day wear to evening wear. And the evening wear segment was, we did sequined evening wear, and we actually had sourced PET and materials, plastic sheets, X-ray films of hospital waste, and had those materials hand cut into sequins, which were then covered to make the evening clothes. So it was really like a sort of exercise, and we are going to be offering some of these styles commercially on our website and through our store. And, but I found it very, very interesting, because we were working within a very fixed, a certain set of parameters, which, was different from what we were normally doing. And there was X amount we could do. So I think by and large, I think it worked out quite well.
Thank you, David. I did go and look at the fashion show, the Lakshmi fashion show, and saw your beautiful creations using what you've just described. So Arjuna, coming back to you on this collaboration and value chain. So your organization primarily manufactures performance garments. And what is the role that R&D and technology play in the performance garment space to make these sustainable? And who do you have to work with in the supply or in the value chain to make this possible?
Yeah, I think a lot of our R&D focus is towards material and fabric, because ultimately when you look at a product, in the end it's 100% material, and fabric constitutes a great proportion of that. So a lot of the R&D efforts right now are centered around material. And when you look at the performance clothing sector, it's also very synthetic material dependent, because there are certain functional properties that are desired in performance clothing that can only be provided through the use of synthetic fibers. So a lot of the R&D work that we're doing right now is centered around how we can look at more sustainable alternatives to synthetic materials. And there are two areas of focus there. One is to look at how we can make synthetics more sustainable. So there's obviously a lot of work that is going into recycling and how we can scale up recycling. Because although it has been around for a long time, polyester, nylon recycling has been around for a long time, and polyester is the older process, and it's only now that we are getting into nylons and starting to find solutions that are ready to be commercialized. And also looking at how we can increase the supply and make it a little bit more commercially viable at scale. Another area is where we look at bio-based alternatives to fossil fuel-based synthetic sources. And there's also a lot of work that's going into how synthetics can biodegrade at the end of life. And there is also a huge interest that is now starting to emerge in what we call performance naturals, where we look at taking natural fibers and treating them in such a way that they acquire certain properties of synthetic fibers, so they can use natural fibers in place of synthetic fibers. So those are a few areas of R&D that's happening right now in the space of performance clothing.
Thank you very much, Arjuna, for that. So to slightly shift the conversation, this is not a conversation that we've had a lot in the past about inclusivity. And the role that designers play in that. Of course, normally when we think of inclusivity, we think of body image, ethnicity, who do I recognize myself in the clothes that are designed, especially high-end fashion labels. I don't. So just to, so that's where we talk about inclusivity normally. But what does inclusivity mean in circularity? And this is something I'd like to also just probably start with David, just to give a context. So, for example, the conversation of circularity is still a very exclusive conversation. It's about the question about who's in the room in these discussions. So, for example, at the 2019 Copenhagen Fashion Summit, 1,300 participants represented 48 countries. However, on stage, on the other hand, according to calculations based on the main stage room, 63% of the organizations represented were from Europe and North America. 12% from Asia, 3% from Oceania, 1% from Africa, and 0% from South and Central America. So the remaining 11% represented international organizations and associations. Manufacturers and other upstream value chain partners, such as fiber and fabric producers represented merely 14% of the presence on stage. So there is this question about inclusivity. And of course, to complicate the discussion of circular or sustainable fashion, it's still exclusive because of it's so costly to achieve. So think about high-priced cotton, organic cotton garments being made by people who are just barely earning a daily wage. And of course, we also have the inequalities of the global north and global south, where labor and materials are extracted from the south for the benefit of the north, and their waste is dumped into the south, so kind of circular, pun intended in this case. So, David, I'd like to just start this part of the conversation with you. I read a lot of what you write in Voice of Fashion, and I, feel for some of the stances you have about the role we have to play in the global south. So in this backdrop, how do we, sitting here, and especially designers, become part of the conversation and process to decolonize the fashion industry?
This is a very valid topic, Merini, but, unfortunately, we live in a very skewed world economy. And I mean, when we start, any conversation about, environmental sustainability and the degradation of the environment, we must start by, we must remember that, the average carbon footprint of one individual in India is assessed at 0.56 tons per person per year, right? 0.56. And the average carbon footprint of an American citizen in the USA is 16 tons to our 0.56. We are really now, who are the manufacturers to the developed north, because they can't manufacture what they need to consume, really paying the price for the historical excesses of their development, which has actually been responsible for most of the environmental degradation. So I think that's a very important part that we should always remember, that there is, it's a political stance, but we have to be very political about this issue too. We also need to look at this when we talk about these issues, is that how relevant is this to our economies also? Do we always need somebody coming in to tell us what we should do to preserve their environments? What are we doing about our environments? What are we doing about our people, our cultures? Are we constantly going to be in this position where we are catering to their particular problems? So I think, within the apparel industry, all over Southeast Asia, where it is, India, Sri Lanka, we need to look at all these issues together and address them. And we also need to look very strongly at our point of view, and perhaps we need to find another lens. I don't have the answers, but I do feel that it's very important that we acknowledge this, because the whole argument is really skewed in favor of the developed West, who needs more and more and more production. Of course, we're all sitting here because we benefit by their consumption, but these problems are the problems of consumption. Yeah. We can talk about design, we can talk about constantly recycling, developing new fibers, developing new technologies. But if we don't start talking about, do we need to buy so much? And it's not just fashion, it's everything. It's electronics, it's everything. I think this starts at the level of education and lifestyle. So I think there are other perspectives that need to be drawn into this argument. And this is yet another one. I'm sorry to throw that also into the conversation, but I think it's very important. Education is important too.
Yeah, thank you, David. And I know you're passionate about this. Yeah, so I guess maybe that's what we're doing here, is to start having these conversations. So, that we also become part of those global conversations and not just take directives, but to lead some of these conversations. Pumi, we were talking about, sustainable fashion, and circular fashion is still, elite. It's for the kind of the elitist consumer. We talked about recycled bins, but I said I saw them only in the posh neighborhoods in London, for example, and not everywhere. But at least it's still coming up. So what is the role of designers, especially those within brands and manufacturers, to change this, to make it possible to be more inclusive?
First of all, I'd just like to say that, to David's point, I think we already have the most sustainable circular garment, which is the sari. You know, it's been around for ages and it meets all the criteria for circularity. You know, and it is, as he says, very much a Western-based problem. But coming to your question, I think from a brand's point of view and in terms of brand designers, and to spread the message more far and wide, suddenly designers have to be better storytellers. You know, and I think we have the digital touch points now to be able to do that. You know, and it's not really only about being about the materials, about the processes, and about the finishes, but we suddenly, you know, I find that even on my design team, the education process for designers has to be slightly different, where we have to constantly keep up with the latest certifications, standards, and what that really means, and how we transfer that information in a very meaningful way to the consumer. You know, before we had tags and, you know, messaging things at the point of sale. But I think now, through the digital marketplace, it's a lot more democratic to be able to get the message out there. So you can say that you know, the elitist kind of shops and luxury level marketplaces now are not exclusively to, you know, the rodeo drives or the exclusive, you know, avenues where, you know, only certain customers would walk into, but you have it now at the touch of your phone. Right? So it's a great place and a great way to get the story out there. So designers have to be more storytellers and a little bit more craft-like in the way they put the story out there, you know. And I think even from manufacturers, and we've looked at it, you know, as Arjun was saying, purely from a price point of view, and really had to be very focused on producing items that were, you know, for mass production. We need to soften our stance a little bit as well, and, you know, look at it from the point of view of being able to, you know, infuse a little emotional durability into the product, you know, and be able to make the product, you know, have that connection with the consumer even after they buy it, whether they don't want to, you know, throw it away after a point. So infusing emotional durability, and I think there are ways to do that. You know, creative ways to do that, and I think those are things that you know, companies have to invest in. But I think those are the ways to do it, really.
Thank you, thank you, Pumi. Arjuna, what would you add to that discussion about, you know, the role of designers in this conversation?
Yeah, I think the point that Pumi made about designers needing to be better storytellers is really interesting, and I think it's also a lot more important for, you know, designers who are deeply embedded within the apparel mass manufacturing sector, because the distance factor. Of course, there are you know, methods by which we can bridge that distance, but you know, it's not the same as being embedded within the consumer market itself. So there are, you know, advantages and disadvantages there, but I think for us to be better storytellers, for designers to be better storytellers, I think we need to first learn ourselves. And one thing that I've experienced, having been in the apparel sector, is that in the manufacturing sector, design teams tend to be very siloed. Right? There's a very clear boundary that's drawn around them, and they're told, you know, this is what you need to do, stick within the boundary and do it. And I think that approach, you know, doesn't suit a circular thinking process. So I think there's an opportunity for design to break out of that boundary and start integrating themselves better, start collaborating better with the supply chain, and learning the different ecological impact aspects within the supply chain at each stage in the apparel value chain. because it's quite a complicated one. When you look at the apparel supply chain, it's a very, very complicated and globally spread value chain. And a lot of the times, especially young up-and-coming designers, when they first come into the industry, their knowledge and sensitivity about the different environmental impact and sustainability aspects of different points within the value chain are very low. So I think there is a great opportunity, and I think a first place to start, yes, this developing this ability to better storytell is by understanding the environmental impact and implication right throughout the value chain.
Thank you very much, Arjuna. So I'm aware of the time. I think, so that was really, I was quite excited to kind of talk a little bit about this aspect of designer's mindset in inclusivity, as well as the larger conversation on global stages. So thank you for your point. And to David, I think we're probably ready to take some questions. So we have some questions coming to us, I think, from... Thank you. All right. So this is a question from an online viewer. How far do you think has Sri Lanka Apparel as an industry reached in comparison to others in the region in terms of going circular? Like, is there a milestone achieved? So I don't know who'd like to take that question. So since it's Sri Lanka, I'll direct it to either Pumi or Arjuna, anybody who'd like to comment on it.
Yeah, I actually think Sri Lanka has done quite well, in the circularity sphere, because I can speak, from the point of view of the company I work for, Hydromanis, and I know we very early engaged, and we were one of the first, manufacturers, clothing manufacturers, to be part of, helping out and creating these guidelines. So the only thing I think that we can improve is taking this conversation up to a national level, and actually industry engaging a little bit more with government and helping.
So at the policy level.
At a policy level, and help. And there's been a little bit of that has happened, but I don't think enough under the circumstances. But from a private industry point of view, I think we have reached a decent advantage, because we have, Hydromanis have had circular product placed with us. We produce circular product. So I think we've been identified as a hotspot to produce sustainable and circular, products. So, yeah.
So maybe the next question I'll ask Arjuna. Does going circular affect your creative freedom? I think you talked about that earlier. Or does this process stifle your creativity? Oh, sorry, this has been also specifically said for David. So I'll first ask David, and I'd like your viewpoint as well, maybe. So David, does going circular affect your creative freedom, or does it stifle it? It's a question from an online viewer specifically to you.
Well, I think it's important for us to sort of establish that design is essentially a commercial activity. Fashion design is a commercial activity. This is not art per se, though, we have to be very clear. And I've always believed, personally, from my own experience and from what I've seen around me in the years I've been in design, that defined parameters create better design. And that the more defined the problem is, the better the designer's response, because a designer is essentially a problem solver. And I think, at every level, I'm not just talking about fashion, I'm talking about industrial product, furniture, all the areas of design. And we have to use that approach. And I see the designer, particularly now, in the context of this argument and this discussion on circularity and fashion, will have to adopt this approach. Because this is where, and the only area a designer can make a real difference, is to learn to work within these parameters constantly.
Thank you, David. So I like that. So it speaks to what you said earlier, Pumi, about the parameters and the designers are problem solvers. Maybe I'll just ask whether there's anybody in the audience who'd like to ask a question from Arjuna or Pumi or David. Yes, we have a question at the back. Can somebody give the mic?
Testing. Okay, cool. So we're at the 6th Responsible Fashion Summit, and there is a significant amount of discussion of what could and should be done, and pushing for legislation or giving designers freedom and all of that. As significant movers and shakers in the industry, and folks who are here as well at the 5th Responsible Summit, 2 questions. First of all, how much of that can and is being done within your own organizations? And secondly, year on year, compared to where we were last year at the last Responsible Fashion Summit, how much change and improvement have you seen both within your companies and within your competitors as well?
Maybe Arjuna, you'd like to say something to that?
Yeah, I think we've made a lot of progress, particularly in the area of material development. I think some of the largest progress that we've been able to make as an organization, if I may speak to the organization that I represent, is in material. And there's been a lot of focus and emphasis on that as well, because you can't, I keep on saying this, you can't start talking about circularity and sustainable design, without tackling the material problem first, because product in the end is essentially 100% material. And if you take the carbon impact of a clothing product, more than 50% of it is fabric.
Yeah.
So we've been heavily invested into innovation and development towards finding more sustainable material sources, and also bringing the supply chain together towards having one conversation. I think that's the most important thing that we've been pushing towards, and we've done quite a bit of structural changes as well, in terms of how design teams are structured, in terms of how innovation organizations are structured, in terms of how development teams are structured, so that there's better collaboration towards one vision and one practice towards meeting higher ambitions towards a more sustainable product. So there's been a lot of development in that respect, which presents opportunity now for design to get more creative around how these solutions can be interpreted into products that can deliver value to consumers. And as Pumi said, then going a step further and how we market them and how we tell stories and how we build conversations with consumers, so that we can really start influencing the way they buy, the way they use, and the way they dispose of these products at the end of life.
Thank you, Arjuna. We have probably just a minute, Pumi. I think there's something that you wanted to add to it, because you all have been doing a lot.
I think this is it's a good question, and I like the question, and it's good news, because since the 5th Responsible Fashion Summit to now, I mean, we've seen the conversation on circularity grow among our customers. Our supply chains have improved. The amount of material. I think, Arjuna, in synthetics it's a little tougher, but in the cellulose fabric arena, we've seen wonderful changes, and new fabrics, regenerative fabrics such as hemp coming in. So it's really exciting, actually, in the design field, for circularity, because we're redefining materials and products, for a better future. And there's actually it's as I said this earlier to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, it's great when you can make a product that has much less impact on people's lives, as well as processes and the environment. as David said earlier, it's very important to make sure that the communities you live in also don't get impacted from your manufacturing activities. And we've sacrificed a whole lot of that in the past. And I think with circularity, a lot of those conversations are being dealt with, and I think it's good news.
Thank you very much, Pumi. I think that's all the time we have for questions, because we have talking about, advances made in fabric. Our next conversation should be very interesting. So I'd like to thank Pumi and Arjuna and David for joining us all the way from India. It's been such a pleasure, as always, to talk to you, David. And Pumi, lovely to see you again. And Arjuna, so happy to have you on this stage. Thank you very much. I'll continue to stay here.
We love our planet. We do not let our planet down. We care for it. We are STAR. Cradled in the heart of the Indian Ocean lies a small, precious pearl surrounded by golden sands and bountiful waves. Adorned with natural lustrous colors, embellished with flora and fauna, this pearl, also known as Sri Lanka, is heaven on earth. With a rich history in manufacturing apparel that dates back thousands of years, it was this very same pearl lying in the ancient Silk Route that bridged the Orient to the West. Since then, Sri Lanka has blossomed into a world-class apparel sourcing destination for the global fashion industry. As the pioneer association representing the nation's apparel manufacturers, the Sri Lanka Apparel Exporters Association, or SLAEA, strives to portray the reality of Sri Lankan apparel. An end-to-end apparel solutions provider that goes beyond your average apparel manufacturing destination. Inaugurated in 1982, the members of the SLAEA represent over 70% of the total value of apparel export earnings of the country. The association brings together key stakeholders within the country to engineer favorable operating conditions that would enable the apparel industry to thrive. Sri Lanka's hallmark quality and productivity, along with its reputation as an ethical manufacturing destination that prides itself on championing female empowerment and employing sustainable manufacturing practices, make the island nation the ideal location to do business. With SLAEA, Sri Lanka's story of apparel will continue to scale insurmountable heights as we move into an exciting future in this isle of apparel.
Now we move on to our white paper, Food-Based Waste into Fabric, featuring Robert Lau in conversation with Dr. Mihirini De Souza. Robert, the co-founder and CEO of Metero, a Forbes Under 30 scholar, he is a fellow of the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce, the Global Shakers Sustainable Fashion Innovator 2019, an Entrepreneur Hall of Fame at the University of Southern California, Marshall School of Business, a recipient of 25 Under 25 by Social Entrepreneur magazine, a Green Biz 30 Under 30 honoree, and a SOCAP, Social Capital Markets 2020 Game-Changing Founders of Color. Over to you, Mihirini.
Thank you very much. Robert, it's really a pleasure to have you. We've been waiting to share your story with our audience here. Unfortunately, we couldn't have you in our last session because I think Robert shows what the true spirit of what it is to be an entrepreneur, innovator, and change maker in the world. So this panel is about turning food waste into fiber. So just to give a context, here are some statistics. 1.3 billion tons of food in the world goes to waste every year. Of the estimated 125 to 160 billion pounds of food that goes to waste every year, much of it is perfectly edible and nutritious. So something, in terms of food, a very specific type of food, milk. 1 in 6 pints of milk produced around the world is lost or wasted. 16% of dairy products, that's 116 million tons, is lost or discarded global each year. So that's a lot of milk. So can you imagine a T-shirt made from something that we might throw down the sink, spoiled milk? How is this possible? And how did it come about? And Robert is here to tell us a little bit more about it. Lovely to have you here with us, Robert.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me today.
So Robert, as I've said, I've always, loved your origin story of, turning spoiled milk into fabric or into fiber and into fabric. So could you tell us a little bit about how it came about and how you actually do that?
Absolutely. So in fact, the shirt I'm wearing right now is made from our milk fiber, milk waste fiber. So the story came after I visited my uncle's dairy farm in China back in 2018. That's when I first witnessed all the spoiled milk and expired milk that he had on his farm. Previously, these milk were sold to bigger dairy manufacturers in China. But now these big manufacturers have built their own ranches, so they don't have to work with smaller farmers anymore. And that caused a problem for my uncle. And he wasn't able to make revenue from these milk. In fact, he has to try to find a way to distribute all these wasted milk, spoiled milk. So I thought, why not better utilize all these food waste, milk waste, and give it a better purpose than to throw down in the drain, in the sewage.
Thank you, Robert. So so for me, milk is just, white liquid. How did that turn into a black T-shirt? What's the process?
Absolutely. So first of all, we have to purify and extract protein from the spoiled milk. Once we have a purified process, then we have to spun it into fiber. So this is the milk waste fiber. This can also be made into the textile fabric that I'm holding up right here, which can be dyed into white or black. Then final product will be the shirt I'm wearing.
Wow. So when you talk about spoiled milk, like how much of spoiled milk, and how is it scalable, and then where are your customers? Who uses this currently?
Mm-hmm. In 2019, when pandemic happened, it was estimated that 128 million tons of milk have been dumped and made into unusable milk. So we were able to utilize the resources and made it into fiber that has been sold to our clients in Japan. We also have other big sports brand, clothing brand that purchased our fiber and made it into uniforms and clothing.
So how do you so do you work with only very large, so where are your centers for collecting milk? Is it only in China or you also work in California? How do you collect, and what is the supply chain process for collecting milk? And is there a process by where some milk is too spoiled? I don't know.
Fashion industry, for food industry, variety of industry. So we're expanding our footprint into many, many industries to reduce single-use plastic from their food waste. So
I'm thinking of the apparel industry. I know packaging is a big part of the process, especially at the very end. So would you say that, this is flexible plastic packaging, right? So would you, for example, Would that be something that, say, even in the apparel industry, that could be used for as packaging material?
That is correct. In fact, what I'm holding up is a flexible film, a poly bag or a garment bag. This can potentially be formed. And this is not made from fossil fuel material. It's made from 100% bio-based material. And we see this as the future, the next generation of materials that can replace single-use plastic.
So when I was doing a little bit of research, so it says that 78 million tons of flexible plastic packaging film are created every year. And as of now, that 78 million tons would take thousands of years to decompose, if they do. So how long would the material that you are producing take to go back into, to be either recycled or to decompose?
Mm-hmm. Our material can be decomposed in two different conditions. One is home setting, and the second one is industrial setting. With industrial setting, we can decompose within 180 days. And with home settings, that varies because it depends on the microorganism, depends on the moisture, depends on the sunlight that contacts the film itself. So it can last from 1 year or even 2 years, depends in a natural home setting.
So in a natural setting. So does that mean that another industry is created in order to, to decompose this? So is that a secondary industry that then comes into being in order to decompose these?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there is already industry partners that are focusing on decomposing biodegradable or compostable materials. I would say that there's always argument whether recycling is better or decompose is better. It really depends on what type of material that we are looking at. If we're looking at this type of thin film, because it's so thin and it's multi-layers, it's really hard for us to recycle, break down chemically. So it's best that we decompose it and give it to the nature as good ingredient. But if we're looking for rigid packaging like bottle containers, we think those should be recycled and reused multiple times.
That's an interesting part of the argument about decomposing and recycling. So just before, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who have questions for you, Robert. But because, reading your, CV of, under 25, under 30, so what kind of, if you as a young entrepreneur, kind of breaking barriers and breaking boundaries of rethinking about these kinds of things, if you were to give, other young budding entrepreneurs, what would be one of the, key lessons that you've learned along the way and that you'd like to share?
Well, I want to say that nothing comes easy. Be bold and be brave, while at the same time, consider the financial cost of your such idea. And most importantly, I think that nowadays sustainability should be the core essence of any business. It's not an option anymore, it's a must. So when you start a business, think about how it can impact the world holistically, rather than just making money.
I read, just to finish off, I read in your LinkedIn say that, you enter a lot of competition. So is that part of your process also for getting out the message? So because you're very active in promoting the ideas that you have of what can be done.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the work that I have done to promote isn't just about what we do at Material. We hope that this industry can be recognized. Green packaging, climate tech, green fashion. This is really a worldwide problem, a global issue that happens every single day. And not just daily consumers, but big corporations need to take real action on combating the change that we're seeing in our climate.
Thank you, Robert. So I was wondering whether there are there are questions coming in, I think. So even if you SMS it to me, I can read it. Coming in from our online viewers, and I'm sure, okay. So here is a question. Robert, now that you're well on this journey, is it still difficult or is it becoming like a normal supply chain?
Well, I would say that it's still very difficult for a young startup to grow a business. And it doesn't matter which industry you're in. you have to always consider all the risk that's been given along the way. But I would say that since last year, people have become more interested and take real action in the work we do. And we are very fortunate to have partnered with big brands that have co-financed our project and looking to scale up with us. So I think the time, yes, Budweiser being one of them, and Unilever being the second of them. And we're also looking to close down a third client this month. So hopefully the work we do can be even more recognized, not just by corporations, but by the future generations of young kids, because what we do today really shape their future.
And which means also in the supply chain, you have more credibility for what you're doing. So it's easier to partner with other, in terms of partners for sourcing your products and things like that when you have bigger organizations also supporting you.
Absolutely, absolutely correct.
Any other questions do we have from online or physical? Okay, so we have two questions. We have one question here. Give the mic. You have the mic. Super.
Check one, check two. Yeah. So the question for Robert is, there's a few parts here, but because it looks strikingly like plastic, it's amazing that this is completely protein-based. What does it break down to? Also, how long is the shelf life? For example, how long can this last in its natural form? And how much more expensive is it than plastic?
Okay, so I don't know, Robert, whether you got that. So one is how durable is it? What's the shelf life?
How long the shelf life is? How much more expensive than plastic? Also, what does it break down to eventually?
Right. Robert, did you get those three questions? What does it break down to?
I heard the question.
Yeah.
Great questions. So first of all, the shelf life for this material is normally beyond 1 year. It has to be beyond 1 year, or else we don't want it to break too fast under normal conditions. So it wouldn't break down into soil, it'll break down into biomass, CO2, and water. And because, think about it, protein, it breaks down very fast and leaves no harmful residuals to our environment. Think of the protein shake that we might even drink when we go to the gym. And the cost of it currently is about 20 to 30% more expensive compared to conventional plastic, but also 20 to 30% cheaper compared to other bio-based material that you see out there. So we're in the mid-range between plastic and bio-based material. So we are given a very good perspective for our clients to trial our material. And once we scale up, our costs will continue to reduce, perhaps even to the same level as conventional plastic.
Thank you, Robert. Anyone else from the audience? We have one more question.
So between the two products, the plastic, you have a predictable supply chain because Budweiser will always have their grain, their waste grain that they're always going to have because they will have to manufacture that. When it comes to the milk-based fabric, surely no milk manufacturer wants for there to be spoiled milk, and part of their process would be to try and optimize for all of their milk being moved out. One, how do you manage that supply chain? And secondly, at which point are you paying milk manufacturers to create the spoiled milk for your process?
It's a great question. I think that's for everyone when we think about raw materials. So, and that's why we have decided to pivot our business model that focus on dairy, and now we're focusing more on plant-based raw material. So let's say we can use the same spent grain from that given by Budweiser to create the fiber, because the process that we conducted on milk was also extracting protein. And that process applied to spent grain, extracting protein. It's just that one goes into plastic and one goes into fiber. And our technology can also apply to other type of agricultural waste that has protein or fiber, not limiting to spent grain with Budweiser. This can be tofu waste, such as okara. This can be starch as well. So we're expanding our spectrum of raw material that we can use.
Thank you. Any more questions for Robert? Okay, so Robert, that was really, so just as a last question, so how long will your black t-shirt take to, would you be able to recycle, or would you send it to another plant where it's decomposed? What would happen to the black t-shirt you're wearing?
Sorry, I got a little cut off. Can you repeat the question again?
So, can you hear now?
Yes.
Yeah. So as a last question, so the black T-shirt you're wearing, can it be recycled, or would you send it to a specialty plant to decompose? And how long would that take? How long would your T-shirt last?
Yeah. Well, under normal condition, if you were to dry wash, use any just laundry machine or hand wash it, it can last as long as you need it, just like your cotton shirts. And once you're done with it, you can send it to a recycling facility, which can be reused again. Or if it breaks down to a certain point that the condition isn't good for clothing anymore, this can be biodegraded. And
Wow.
this is especially usually at the biodegraded facilities.
Wow, it's really impressive, Robert. Such a pleasure to have you with us today and to learn about the new technologies, and also mostly about your mindset and all the R&D and technology that you're really pushing boundaries. Thank you for being with us here today. I look forward to
Thank you so much for having
talking
me.
to you once again soon. Bye-bye. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have a small break now. Just wanted to say thank you for inviting me here, Ajay. My sessions are over, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the sessions with Chatushka and the other panels. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Check.
We love our planet. We do not let our planet down. We care for it. We are STAR. Cradled in the heart of the Indian Ocean lies a small, precious pearl surrounded by golden sands and bountiful waves. Adorned with natural lustrous colors, embellished with flora and fauna, this pearl, also known as Sri Lanka, is heaven on earth. With a rich history in manufacturing apparel that dates back thousands of years, it was this very same pearl lying in the ancient Silk Route that bridged the Orient to the West. Since then, Sri Lanka has blossomed into a world-class apparel sourcing destination for the global fashion industry. As the pioneer association representing the nation's apparel manufacturers, the Sri Lanka Apparel Exporters Association, or SLAEA, strives to portray the reality of Sri Lankan apparel, an end-to-end apparel solutions provider that goes beyond your average apparel manufacturing destination. Inaugurated in 1982, the members of the SLAEA represent over 70% of the total value of apparel export earnings of the country. The association brings together key stakeholders within the country to engineer favorable operating conditions that would enable the apparel industry to thrive. Sri Lanka's hallmark quality and productivity, along with its reputation as an ethical manufacturing destination that prides itself on championing female empowerment and employing sustainable manufacturing practices, make the island nation the ideal location to do business. With SLAEA, Sri Lanka's story of apparel will continue to scale insurmountable heights as we move into an exciting future in this isle of apparel.
And we now commence the next part of the Responsible Fashion Summit, presented by JAAF Sri Lanka Apparel. Joint Apparel Association Forum is the apex body which guides the Sri Lankan apparel towards its ultimate goal of being the world's #1 apparel sourcing destination. Our next moderator is Chatushka D. Alves. Chatushka is a senior analyst at MAS Holdings. He holds an MBA from Cardiff Metropolitan University and a Bachelor of Commerce from Deakin University, Australia, where he majored in supply chain management. I'd like to invite him to this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the subject of our second panel of the day. The fashion supply chain has the biggest impact on environment while creating a garment. In 2021, discussing the opportunities and challenges faced by the industry in going circular is the need of the hour. I'd like to introduce two important panelists who specialize in circularity in their organizations, which play an important role in the apparel industry in Sri Lanka and the region. Introducing our first panelist is Pasindu Samrakodi, who is the Sustainable Product Lead at MAS Holdings. His current role involves working alongside multiple stakeholders to improve the group's sustainable product offering to customer brands through innovation, sustainable sourcing, and explorations in circularity. With an academic background in aerospace engineering and material science, he brings an amazing perspective to supply chain and circularity. I'd like to invite him to the stage. Our second panelist is Nisanga Varnapura. Nisanga is the Director of Strategic Brands at Hella Clothing Co. Limited, and he has 14 years of experience in the apparel industry. I'd like to invite him to the stage too. Over to you, Chatushka.
Testing. So hello everyone, welcome to this panel discussion. I'm Chatushka Dialvis and I will be your moderator for the rest of the evening. So the theme today is readiness, challenges, opportunities regarding circularity in fashion supply chains. So I have two elite panelists welcoming Nisanga Varnapura and Pasindu Samarakkodi representing MAS Holdings and Hella Clothing. As you may know, two leading apparel manufacturers in Sri Lanka. I'd like to welcome the audience that are physically tuned in today, and it's been live streamed as well, so I'd like to welcome the audience, online audience as well. Importantly, we will allocate some time for question and answers towards the latter part of the panel, so do raise your questions to the audience. So to start off with, just giving some context related to the fashion industry. As you know, it's one of the most polluting industries in the world. There was a recent video that was published by the World Economic Forum under the theme Sustainability in Fashion Industry. It takes 2,500 liters of water to produce one t-shirt, and every second, one truckload of clothing is sent to the landfill or burned. So it's now time to be responsible. How could we collectively be responsible? Working towards clearer goals is what we intend to discuss. So Pasindu, I would like to start off with you. What is the readiness of the fashion industry related to pursuing opportunities in circularity? Where are we now? What needs to be done?
Thanks, Chatushka, and thanks for having me. So in terms of the readiness, I'd say there's two sides of this whole circularity coin. If we take re-commerce and repair, a lot has happened in the past 18 to 24 months. We see a lot of re-commerce sites coming up, re-commerce platforms, a lot of consolidation happening in the space. Companies like Poshmark, Vinted are just a few who have really, had tremendous valuations in the past couple of months, in excess of $1 billion. They've raised in excess of $100 million each of them. So there's a lot of things going on in that space, and there's like I said, a lot of consolidation and a lot of units of clothing being resold and repaired. So from that side of circularity, there's a lot happening. But if we take the other side of the same coin, which is recycling, I think we're still about 24 months away to seeing that happening at a mass scale. There are a few technological unlocks that are required. The economics of it is a bit tough right now. Getting product back, brands have to get onboarded, brands have to be launching their own take-back schemes and things like that, which we're seeing happening. But there's a few things that need to kind of fall in place and in line. Also, design is another aspect of it. That has to happen for that side of circularity to get unlocked and to really see its potential.
Thanks. Thank you for that, Pasindu. Nisanga, if I may ask you, what are some of the good company-wide initiatives that have been taken to drive this particular concept from your perspective?
So in terms of company-wide strategies or approaches can really be split into, understanding how the brands have evolved. That's one of the first things that's driving us. A few years back, it was rather self-driven from the vendors in Sri Lanka and the industry, where we wanted to be sustainable, we wanted to be circular, and definitely I'm very honored to be here because this is a summit that has been running for a few years, and actually our awareness really comes from these summits. So what has actually happened is when the vendors want to do something, you anyway have to go and provide these to your brands, and you have to go and convince them. You want to start with recycled product, you want to start with pre-consumer, you want to start with post-consumer, and then you kind of want to go into cradle to cradle, which is an agreement with your brands, because you have to have the collection and the movement of that goods coming back to you. So kind of linking back to your question, now I see a big change in the brands wanting this more than the vendors, because if you look at some of these massive retailers like Walmart and Costco and these big vendors, retailers, they are giving certain targets, right? So by 2025, 2030, they want a 30% reduction in emissions, and they go into scope 1, scope 2 emissions, and all the vendors are now forced to move faster than the current pace that they're moving at. So this has caused, and again, I'm not specifically talking about circularity, but we're talking about emissions now, right? But the circular products tend to have a bigger saving than what we produce. So a company tends to first form its resources, deploys resources as an independent body sometimes, and says, here's a sustainable team who's going to drive this from a facility point of view and from a raw material point of view. And then without keeping them in isolation, you start deploying this awareness of sustainability and circularity within your existing, supply chain teams. Supply chain has a massive role, and I think that's what we're going to talk about here on circularity questions that are going to come up. And then the next thing is the account managers and the business, the merchandising teams have to drive this conversation with the brands. And that lingo and the knowledge and the awareness of what circularity is has to be inbuilt, not only from a design point of view, but to a merchandiser who's having this conversation one-on-one with the buy and planning team of a brand. So it has to be that inbuilt. So this status of wokeness of what circularity is has to be inbuilt top to bottom in an organization. And you have to do it for the right reasons, not because you want to achieve this scope 1 emission, scope 2 emission. It shouldn't stop there. So that's just a quick summary of how a company should drive it, and that's how we've been driving it. And we look up to the big boys in the industry also, and learn from how they kind of set benchmarks as well.
Thanks, Nisanga. Thank you for sharing that experience, and I think you brought in a valid point in terms of fashion supply chains where everyone has a role to play. Pasindu, in terms of possible challenges in pursuing this concept, there could have been certain challenges in sourcing, especially during the period of the pandemic where there could have been accessibility limitations. How did you navigate during this time, and what could you share to the audience that is gathered?
So from a sourcing perspective, I would say if we're looking at circular material, and that's quite different in some respects to recycled material, circular material is not readily available. And whenever it is, there's a huge price premium associated with it, and the certifications and things that have to be associated with whatever you're sourcing drives the price up. But it's really a availability problem right now. Some of the challenges that we see in the whole concept becoming mainstream is the economics. If you take the unit economics of making a product circular and then ensuring that it does at the end of its life either get repaired or get recycled, so by repair I mean get re-commerced or recycled, the unit economics at this time does not make a lot of sense. So if you put down a financial model and you show it to the finance guys, it's just a straight up no. But the way we see that those challenges can be overcome is when the entire industry kind of starts working together, consolidating their wastes, consolidating their take-back schemes, and through that having a larger feedstock, which, of mixed stuff. It could be Nike stuff, Victoria's Secret stuff, different types of clothing, lingerie to athletic wear to outerwear and things like that. But once we hit that point, there will start to be a tip in the scale of things. That's when things become economically feasible, especially in post-consumer circularity. Right now, that's the biggest challenge. Also, into the mix, you take the fact that not a lot of product is designed to be recycled. Certain products like jeans, for instance, which used to be 100% cotton, which is fairly easily recyclable, apart from the fact that there's a few rivets on it. You work around the rivets, maybe it's closer to being recyclable. But now we see jeans also having more and more spandex mixed into it just to give a bit of stretch and recovery. So in some ways, things that were less of a challenge are now more challenging, simply because of how the consumer is, what the consumer accepts, and how the consumer has in some ways been trained by the brands. But at the same time, there is a lot of focus on now designing for circularity, trying to remove things like spandex and get the same functionality out of the garment still. And spandex is a huge barrier to recycling at the moment. But I believe Joy Nunn is on the next panel, and she's going to be speaking about this quite a bit. But those are some of the challenges that we're seeing towards this concept becoming more mainstream.
Thank you, Prasindu. I think you highlighted on the price point as well, so I'd like to leverage on that and ask a question from Nisanga. In terms of challenges, how do we commercialize a sustainable product?
So yeah, just picking up of what Prasindu was talking about as well. So big white elephant in the room is price. So that will always be there. So I think it should be how do we kind of overcome that. So I'll just park price for the time being, but we'll talk about two other big factors also. One is lead time. So especially with the current situation in this country, not in this country, in the world, with shortage of yarn availability globally, and also shortage of organic yarn over the last year, lead times have increased. Normally for a L2 or a mill, they take 45 days for yarn procurement. Now it's like 90 to 110 days. So you have to plug this into your lead time and your time and action calendars, and then the brands are asking why you're getting longer and longer for sustainable. So now there's few more things affecting them from migrating to sustainability. So the third one is really availability. So how does this industry kind of lock in the availability of sustainable fabrics? So I brought up the example of organic, but let's say we're talking about seaweed fabric. Let's talk about hemp-based fabrics. All of these have a contribution towards your savings, whether it's emissions or water or whatever it is, or just chemical waste usage. So these three things are the challenges at the moment which the supply chain is going through. Price, there's a couple of ways to handle price, which is, from our experience, we break down the product into modular setup, right? So again, Prasindu mentioned, the difficulty of segregation is having multiple items in your composition. So you could have, recycled cotton, you can have viscose cotton, you can have organic in there, you can have modal in there, you can have, different types of elastic or spandex or whatever we call it these days, elastane, spandex, lycra, everything's the same. And you have to split this apart, and you have to be focused on, the first round, or you break it into phases, and the first phase is I'll give you the minimal amount of recycled content that agrees to the certification that the customer wants. So the customer, so let's say Control Union will say, to give a GRS logo saying recycled product, I need minimum 20% of recycled in your fabric composition. So you plug that in. And you don't put organic, because organic shoots the price much further than what you want it to be. And then you say, okay, even the spandex, I can have recycled spandex, but that's very costly. So instead of recycled spandex, you come back to normal spandex. Then you look at the packaging plugin, and you give them maybe a FSC-sourced recycled paper packaging. So now this is how you can take your brand on a journey, and where they don't feel the price pressure too much. And then now when they have this, they say, okay, I want organic next season. Now you realize, look, the time and action calendar that they're working with, their orders or their early commitments don't come in on time for you to procure the organic as per the lead time. So now all of a sudden this industry is going towards, instead of what we call grade purchase orders with mills, we have started doing a thing called yarn purchase orders. So now we have these commitments. They're saying, okay, for sustainable orders, we will give you a commitment early enough because we want sustainability. And now we're booking yarn. We're keeping yarn inside the mills. So that lead time completely vanishes. And then again, so this is how we've been transforming, to be able to execute sustainability. So you go step by step. You have to go step by step. And eventually, they'll come to a point, at the point of this ladder, they'll be okay to accept that increment because their brand has got used to it. So we've had certain experiences where we migrated the brand to take very basic sustainable product as a fashion item, and they've made it into a basic item, which means every month they fill it up. So now they've understood the value of that product and how successful the product is. So then they come back and say, okay, I'm okay for the upcharge, tell me what you're going to give me as additional sustainability. Then you start plugging in post-consumer. And you keep giving these options. So this is where design really comes in. Because in our calendar, again, not to take too much time, in the design calendar, we have a thing called pre-concept meetings, which happens twice or 4 times a year, depending on the brand. So at this pre-concept meeting, this is where the designers really, fly the flag really high. Because this is where they pitch all these products as alternatives. Here's the conventional, here's the intermediary sustainability, and here's the circularity option. And that's where you pick them up. So that's, in a summary, how we kind of get the customer and the brand to adopt sustainability phase by phase.
Thank you, Nisanga. We've got a question from the online audience that is tuned in. Are brands who manufacture with you, are they expanding their scope to include more sustainable products in their portfolio? Are they facing consumer pressure to change, knowing price is important? Do they accept it?
So if I understood the question right, is the consumer accepting the price pressure? Or if you can just reword that?
Brands who manufacture with you, are they expanding their scope to include more sustainable products in their portfolio? Are they facing consumer pressure to change, knowing price is important? Do they accept it? So I believe it's what you mentioned.
For sure. I mean, 100%, there is consumer pressure. Because if you look at any brand, I mean, every vendor has their portfolio customers. In our case, the consumers are very pro-sustainability. They want the sustainable product. And they don't want it just as a label. They want it to be true sense to the word. So you have to understand how the consumer wants something. They don't want something fake. They want it to have the authenticity. So when we sell a product, it has to have the label, it has to have the logo, it has to have the authenticity that is genuinely recycled. And it genuinely is sustainable. So that being said, there is a lot of pressure to the brands. So just like the consumer, like I mentioned earlier, the retail brands, the big retailers, are also giving that pressure. So they have given a cutoff, right? So by 2030, they want everything to have this much of savings. So therefore, that pressure is there, definitely. So that pressure is definitely trickling back. And I think also from a supply chain point of view, that shortage in these sustainable materials as available stock and the lead time is going to be a massive impact that we need to face immediately.
Thanks, Nisanga. I'd like to understand, passing to your perspective in terms of, we speak on the triple bottom line reporting framework, what would the role of sustainability be in finance reporting as we speak more often on it?
So if I take an example of how things are set up at MAS, speaking of financials and everything like that, our main goal around sustainable product is that 50% of our revenue in 2025 has to be through sustainable product. And these are like group level targets, which means when it comes to financial reporting, every division has to furnish the information around the revenue they're making around sustainable product, what their projections are for the following years, and also what their plan is towards reaching that 2025 goal. So that's how we've kind of incorporated sustainable product and sustainability into a financial lens, if you will.
Thanks, Pastor. Nisanga, anything that you'd like to share from?
So this topic came up recently at a CIMA Global event as well. So, it seems like worlds apart. Sometimes you ask, whether your finance department really understands what sustainability and circularity is. And a few years ago, it was separate. They didn't really find a connect between finance and sustainability. But when it comes to decision making, even on corporate strategy or any investments we make, there is a need to understand what is the sustainable impact of every investment that you put in. And if you look at, most of our organizations are driven to be renewable, energy generated at our facilities. So these investments have, ROIs and ROEs, and so the finance department really understands sustainability and how to plug it in. So when it comes to ESGs, the environmental, social governance impacts, these are now part and parcel of our finance department also, in how they decide and make decisions or how they propose. So if you have a ESG impact, it gets rated at a much higher level. So eventually you go towards a sustainable, decision-making, sustainable organization.
Thank you, Nisanga. I'd like to open the forum for questions, if I may, from the audience that has physically tuned in with us. Yes, if you can get a mic.
Hi. So you all mentioned about the global customer's perspective on circularity, fashion, and sustainability. There's the demand. From a local perspective, in terms of Sri Lankan perspective, how ready are we to accept circularity, fashion, and sustainability? Are local customers aware about it, or is there a demand from a Sri Lankan perspective?
Okay, so I'll take a shot at that one. From a local perspective, I think the awareness of the term, I don't know, maybe not so much, but it's been a concept that's been, ingrained and instilled in our culture, I suppose. We've been reusing, you don't throw anything in Sri Lanka unless it's disintegrating in your hands. So I think that thinking's always been present. Whether Sri Lankans are as woke in some respects, especially with regard to the fashion industry, as, say, the Gen Zs in the West, I think there's a bit of a gap. That gap is obviously closing more and more each day. But as a country, we have quite a way more to go to catch up to some of those other countries who are more focused on circularity and sustainability overall. I think there's a lot of, from a legislation perspective as well, things need to happen for that to happen. Legislation also needs to go hand in hand and be put in place so that manufacturers and local retailers and the local consumer is either incentivized or I don't want to say penalized, but is deterred from making the wrong choice. But we have some way to go.
Hi, just had a quick question regarding circularity in general. When it comes to the supply chain, this is a problem that you have to break down in parts, right? So which part of the supply chain is something that you would attack first? Say if you had to take it like incrementally, bit by bit to solve this problem in its entirety, which portion of the supply chain needs the most change, in your opinion?
Should I take that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic question. Because it's really the responsibility of everyone in the value chain, but where they get stuck is at a spinner level, right? So at a L3. So they don't produce enough because they don't have a collective demand. This is the problem that they have. So when they run these type of qualities, they need to run 50,000 tons sometimes for that month in terms of the demand pool that they want to run that quality. So this is really where the problem is. So even as Sri Lanka, even though we are close as an industry, we can do a lot more in segregating some of that demand. I would not use the word, segregate, but collectively kind of negotiate and run those spinners to have enough of that quality coming out. So that's physically, that's where they're stuck. And furthermore, if you go to like a L4 level, at a farm level, for organic cotton, now that's the biggest issue that happened with the China ban of cotton. And then the ISC region kind of, just couldn't hold up the demand. So because of that reason, L4s the farms are affected by it. But when it comes to specialty yarns, sustainable yarns, in multitude of forms, it's that they don't have enough demand to run it in one day. And I think that's where we really need to address, because if you think from a L2 in Sri Lanka, if you think from mill point of view, they just buy the yarn, and they just use the yarn to produce the fabric. So that's, in short, where it's stuck.
Thank you.
Hey guys, just one question. Now, for example, if you take food, now we have this thing with food where we get little labels on the food saying, hey, look, this is how much protein, fat, stuff like that. The stuff that's the most healthy might be a bit more expensive. Now with plastic, single-use plastics, we've known for years that, look, it's not the safest thing for the environment, but now the government stepped in and they've banned a few items. Right? I don't know if this is possible with apparel, but do you think, like with, I think CFW have been pushing the responsible meter as well. Do you think having something like that, where on every packaged piece of apparel, it says on this meter, this is how it does. Is this the best way to go forward? Should the government step in and ban certain harmful materials? Is it doable?
So in terms of banning certain harmful materials, if it is established that it is harmful, I think there needs to be some kind of control around it, certainly. Regarding the point you made around caloric information and nutritional information on food, and whether we see an equivalent of that coming through in the fashion industry, I think the answer is most definitely yes. The brands have been taking the lead on this. You see people like Adidas, Allbirds, all putting how many kilograms of carbon dioxide is associated with a particular product on the product. There's industry-wide tools now available, like the Higg Index is a good example by the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, which allows you to quite easily input and model all the processes and the material that went into a particular product, and then at the end of that modeling process, get out how many kilograms of carbon dioxide were emitted, how much water was used, what's its impact on other factors, things like eutrophication and a few other environmental metrics, which is quite easy to do. And at MAS, we actually do that pretty much on every collection as a service to the brands. And we find some of the brands that we work with now furnishing that information on consumer-facing hang tags and things like that already. But I think going forward, that may also become part of legislation.
If I could just jump in and kind of give an addition to what Patrick said. So for that to become like a national rollout in whichever country, the pain point has to be felt in a very big way. So while vendors and brands are working through that and retailers are working through that as well, it's very important for them to have the logo saying this has recycled, this has organic, But what you're saying, if I understood right, is to show a universal symbol saying, all products are, compared across the same kind of scale. Now, for that to happen, it kind of goes back into the Paris Climate Agreement. It goes back to how off are we on the targets. We are way off. Yeah, we're supposed to be 1.5 degrees. Now we're at 4, I think, 4 or 5, I don't know. 4 or 5 is detrimental to 2030. So it's when they realize this at the next, climate change forum, they realize, okay, you know what? Now I need to get all the retailers to have these labels out. You just need to have 2 massive retailers like Walmart and Target to roll this out, and everyone will do it. So definitely online you see that presence. You see on all the e-com sites. I'm Allbirds, I'm a big fan of Allbirds, because they started out with their e-com and they started having the labels. This has this much of emission. If you want to completely offset it, you can do it at your point of sale. So then everyone followed that trend. But again, it's still with the brands making the decision. It's not controlled by a third-party body. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I felt that's kind of where you were going.
So yes, you did. Thank you. But like, for example, with vehicles, now we have, emissions. We had to burn a hole through the ozone until we were like, okay, we need to kind of, keep a thumb on this. But like you said, maybe just having a meter, and maybe that will raise awareness. But brands are doing it. The question was, should the government step in? And I think we did have an answer. Hopefully, eventually, that will be the way. And thank you.
Sorry, just one more question. We've heard a pretty detailed process by which you can achieve this goal that Hella Clothing is already looking at and already implementing. At the scale that MAS operates, both within Sri Lanka and internationally, with the pull that you would also have as such a massive player in the industry at those levels, first of all, how able would MAS be to implement that exact same model? Are you doing it already? And secondly, how well do you think you could leverage that influence as through lobbying or any other kind of influence you may have to push that upon your competitors as well?
So you're right, our scale kind of does help us quite a bit, whether it's thinking about sourcing, we discussed that there is a bit of a scarcity in certain material, and you just need to produce a whole lot of it to hit those economies of scale so that it becomes cost competitive. So MAs in some ways, with regard to certain types of raw material, we do have that, we do enjoy that privilege, if you will, because of our size. At the same time, to push the industry into being more sustainable, we've put in a lot of resources behind, say, things like the ZDHC or being members of the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, and really having our voice heard, and voicing out the issues we're seeing, not just locally, but because MAS has a global footprint in some of the other regions that we're part of as well. And we've been able to use just our size in that way to push things forward from a setting industry standards point of view also. At the same time, I think we're in a good position to be able to be, we're in a position where when new technologies are developed, these inventors of these new technologies come to us and they want us to be their partner in commercializing them, because they know if they can do that, they'll hit the scales, they'll make back whatever they invested in that research probably in a very short time. So you're right in that respect. Just being large helps, but being large also means we have a larger carbon footprint. And that's why we've signed on to the science-based targets to cut our emissions by 25%, and just things like that, to ensure that at every level, every decision we make, we take into account the environmental and the social impacts of it, so that we're not, and these are absolute emissions that I mentioned, so it's decoupled from our growth. Regardless of how we grow and how large we get and how much we manufacture, the onus is still now on us to ensure we're cutting down on our emissions from that baseline, which is difficult. So that's the other side of the coin, of being so large, is that all of these things get that much more difficult to do, because just imagine the amount of carbon you're emitting manufacturing about 200 million pieces of garment or more a year. I hope that kind of touched on what you were looking for.
Maybe I can just add one more thing for that question, which is why I'm very proud of our industry in Sri Lanka, and how everyone works together. So your question was, how can you kind of leverage the scale of some of these vendors to make sure you kind of address one of those problems? So 2 years ago, that same thing happened. So a quality was developed by one of the vendors, and we kind of shared that buying power with one of the local mills to get our target, to make sure that they ran those yarn production. So definitely it happens. The industry is really working together. The vendors are working together.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for those questions. So in the interest of time, we'll need to conclude this panel discussion. I'd like to thank the panelists for making the discussion very informative and insightful. Thank you for being here physically. Thank you for the audience for the questions that were raised. So the next panel will be joining us shortly, so do stay tuned. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce our third panel. The development of textile plays an important role in circularity. Our first panelist represents an organization that has revolutionized Sri Lanka's recycling processes, converting plastic pollution into yarn that leads to creating polyester-based products. Nalaka Seneviratna is the CEO of EcoSpindles Yarn, who was the lead in creating a sustainable textile brand Yarn. I'd like to invite him to the stage. Our second panelist is the founder and CEO of Purify. The circular fiber company transforms post-industrial textile waste into virgin-like circular fibers for use. Joy Nunn is a pioneer in the field of circular fiber rejuvenation as it relates to textile waste streams and has been at the forefront of textile circularity for the past 25 years. She has created new circular products for Fortune 50 and 500 clients such as Johnson & Johnson, Walmart for their supply chain waste, and she is presently a sitting member on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals SDGs for Fashion panel. Our third panelist, Paige Yerlam, is the head of global marketing for Plexus Cotton Limited. In 1990, she and her husband founded Plexus Cotton Limited, and in 1998, their change in direction started as they involved themselves in the production of raw cotton in Africa. Today, she's actively involved in promoting the development of sustainable supply chains throughout Africa as a means for creating jobs and wealth to poorer regions. Our fourth panelist, Moin Pereira, is the Global Chief Operations Officer of Stretchline Holdings Private Limited. He transformed Stretchline Holdings China by improving sustainable manufacturing standards and becoming the first narrow performance manufacturer to practice back to zero. Stretchline Holdings achieved status as the only elastic manufacturer to have a zero discharge location with all water reused and nothing harmful released into the environment. Over to you, Chatushka.
I'd like to welcome the distinguished panelists and would like to thank them for the remarkable steps they've undertaken in the sustainability front. I'd like to start with Nalaka, if I may. Being one of the leading polyester yarn manufacturers in Sri Lanka, you've addressed the problem of plastic pollution and creating a sustainable textile brand. Could you elaborate on the process that is involved in EcoSpindles, the R&D which is done? How do you convert plastic water bottles into polyester yarn, which is then used to manufacture recyclable apparel, which are retailed today?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. So, to start with, of course, as Chatushka said, of course, we have done a kind of a great innovation just about 3 years back. From that point onwards, up to now, it's amazing. The work EcoSpindles has done is amazing. So, for the ones who's not aware of what we do here, is basically we take the post-consumer plastic bottles, PET bottles, and we convert it back to the recycled polyesters. So that's what, in very simple, that's what our process is. And on top of that, not just we manufacture recycled polyester. So here the difference is, if you compare to ordinary recycled polyester manufacturing, how we differentiate. So the differentiation is especially if you take on the process. So if you take the ordinary recycled polyester manufacturing, the PET bottles being converted into bottle flake, and then another process called polymer chip manufacturing, and then polymer chip converts to the POI, or the partial oriented yarn, and then the DTY. But here in our case, what we do is we completely eliminating the process of manufacturing of the polymer chips. We directly convert flake to the POI. So in that, of course, a completely a process being eliminated. So then I'll probably explain you the advantage of it in next few minutes.
Thank you, Nalaka. Moin, I believe you've joined us virtually. Is Moin with us? Hi, Moin. Moin, you've played a pivotal role in transforming Stretchline Holdings by successfully integrating some sustainable manufacturing processes and practices in China. You achieved the status as the only elastic manufacturer to have a zero discharge location, nothing harmful released into the environment. Share your experience in overlooking a zero emission plant in China. What are some of the best practices that were accommodated? Over to you, Moin.
Thanks, Dr. Chatuska. So, as you know, the reason for garment manufacturing is being one of the most pollutant industries in the world is because of its dye houses, mainly due to its dye houses emissions and what it puts out. And in that whole process, how we treat water, how we use water is the most important thing. The whole industry is tainted mainly because of the fact of how we use our water and how we discharge of it. So main focus in terms of changing our organization also was the processing of water, how we look at water, apart from the reverse osmosis system, which is pretty easy to, it's mainly an investment point of view only. Thereafter, 70% of your water is recycled back into your process. But apart from that, we went a step further in being more detailed, more process-driven and discipline-driven in terms of how we manufacture. So basically, some of the very easy things that we did as well as we're trying to share with the whole industry, particularly by name, through pharma in Sri Lanka. Also, what we're trying to do is dye bath recycling. So if you understand dyeing, your grage goes into a dye bath, then it gets processed and dried out, and the dye bath that you use gets thrown out. So basically, we've come up with a method where we can keep recycling our dye baths, because every dye bath contains a certain amount of primary colors, which are your reds, your blues, your greens, which make up your primary colors and which makes up any color. And then you get your secondary colors, which are your yellows, your purples, all of that makes up what we call in terms of color, which is in the spectrum of color, millions of colors, right? So what we do is just similar to what data color does. It reads the amount of dyes and chemicals that are left over in your dye bath. Then you measure the next color that you're dyeing into. And then it measures the recipe in terms of what's the amount of RGB that we need to process into or we need to go into. And then it gives you what's missing or what you need to add into going into that next color. This is a very high level in terms of technicality, which I'm giving it to you in very layman terms. Basically, it looks at a recipe and then it looks at the next recipe you need to go into and gives you the missing ingredients kind of. And through that, of course, we go into multiple numbers of colors. There's an easy way to do it and there's a very difficult way of doing it. The easiest way is you organize your colors in a manner that those are similar colors. So your water to liquor ratio, you're not raising high and low just to dye the next dye bath. So for example, you won't do a red and a blue, but you will do colors of red simultaneously, and you probably go from a lighter to darker just to keep your water consumption low. Because if you go from a very dark color to a light color, you'll use more water to make it less contaminant, and then by diluting it further and making it lighter and then adding your colors. But then it beats the whole sustainability process of why you're doing it, because then you're using too much of water. So that particular method is called smart liquor. But there's also smart match that we do, where it's more RFP focused. So where you are more disciplined in terms of how you use your dyes and chemicals. So you standardize your dyes and chemicals to a particular color. Thereafter, every single time you get a data color prediction through your data color, where you fed all your dyes and chemicals into, where you fed all your dyes into. And if you dye it right first time for that particular fabric, we save that data point. So thereafter, every single time, regardless of the name of the color, when you measure it through data color and you get that data point reflected on a previous batch that we've already done, which is already saved in the system, we don't have to do dye bath lab dips anymore. We don't have to go into a trial mode. We can go straight into bath. Those are the most technical ways of approaching it, but then thereafter you can dumb it down into much more simpler manner ways of recycling water, saving water. What we did was also wash baths. You recycle your wash baths. If your dyes and chemicals are at a standard and your exhaustion levels in product are at 96, 98%, the residue in your wash baths are far less. So you can keep recycling those wash baths to be a secondary wash bath, third wash bath for different batch. And when it becomes too concentrated to be used as a wash bath, you use it back in terms of dyeing with your liquor ratio. So those are some of the easy things that you can very, very easily incorporate into your dye houses. So this is an initiative also that we're sharing with pharma, whereas every fabric, lace, thread, elastic, or you name it, manufactured in Sri Lanka is we're trying to use this platform to share all our innovations and our capabilities. So those are some of the things that we've done, and we were very successful in China. Apart from that, of course, then there's the sulfur traps and the vertical gardens and all of that, but those are non-technical. Those are not the main drivers towards how we make a change.
Thanks, Moin. Thank you for sharing the technicality behind it, the best practices, so that we could harness on the learnings. We have Paige with us. Paige, Plexus Cotton is one of the largest suppliers of raw cotton in the world. Is Paige with us?
Yes, I'm
Hi,
here.
Paige. Lovely connecting with
Hi,
you.
very nice to join you.
Plexus Cotton is one of the largest suppliers of raw cotton in the world, and you've currently been actively involved in promoting the development of sustainable supply chains throughout Africa, and you've created many employment opportunities and contributed towards the GDP growth of some regions as well. I just wanted to touch on the importance of sustainability standards and certifications. What should be included in a particular sustainability standard? What the certification should comprise of in relation to your business? And do you also reckon there should be similar standards for small, medium enterprises as well?
Maybe to start with the last bit, yes, I think across the board, the certification should be the same. For us, it starts with the soil, and the resourcing has got to be documented, and we all need to be doing from the same basis for us. So, we currently use three different certifications. So we do cotton made in Africa, we do BCI, we do GOTS. But basically, what we're trying to do is move a little bit more towards organic. And we find that circularity development is helping create jobs, because when all of a sudden you're using natural herbicides, things like that, you have to all of a sudden grow the chilies to make the peri-peri sauce that's going to keep the elephants out of the field, and the white molasses, and the marigolds that you're going to plant around the field. We've seen such tremendous change in the fiber industry. I mean, 40 years ago, cotton had 75% market share and it was 25% polyester. Today, it's the reverse. Cotton has 25% market share and 75% polyester. And we've gone from consuming 20 million tons to now 110 million tons of fiber. So, these all need to be looked at in a circular kind of process. We need to figure out as an industry, not as silos, where we're going to go with this. So if we are considered, biodegradable, there's more opportunity for us to get to a zero carbon kind of impact. But then how are we going to share and counterbalance what's happening with other fibers? And so certification for me answers that question. I think it's all important.
Thank you. Thank you, Paige, for that valuable insight. I believe we have Joy with us as well from Purifi Global. She's a pioneer in the field of circular fiber rejuvenation for almost 25 years. Joy, if you could explain us the process in waste collection and recycling. What are some of the opportunities available for Purifi in circularity, and challenges you would have encountered in waste collection, and how you navigated as well?
We've had such a wonderful history, and thank you so much for having us today with you. We've had a wonderful history. Started 25 years ago when sustainability wasn't even a word. I think my marketing director found the word on the internet and said, I think this is who we are. And we found, of course, that was, yes, very much who we were. Right now, the opportunities for Purify is to globalize Purify's rejuvenation and delastane technologies globally. And we have right now 23 patents and 38 trade secrets that we are combing the world to find wonderful operational partners that we can truly globalize these technologies. But most importantly, we used our very, very first business, again, was not to be a green company, but it was to use waste as a business. Truly, as opposed to going out and buying waste and then having a process, we actually found a product to build a product, and then we went and found our waste stream. It was actually denim waste, to be honest, and we found contracts and signed up 10-year contracts with waste producers who were doing denim scrap, which was actually the Lee Apparel Company and the Levi Apparel Company, and they were our providers of those raw materials. So we always did it backwards. We were always waste as a business to provide the raw material for the product that we were building at the time. My very first product was a U-Haul blanket, and probably nobody in this room knows what that is, but it was a moving pad. And we did that old-fashioned tearing line that everybody is well aware of, a mechanical tearing. We don't do that anymore. It's very important to purify. We have a 3-prong process, and that's to create a truly sustainable circular system. We have a 3-pillar system. A sustainable product must first be the same quality or better than its virgin counterpart. So it has to meet that first, right? Then a sustainable product must be competitive in price to its virgin counterpart. I used to work with Lee Scott at Walmart, and he said, if it costs more, nobody's going to buy it. Well, that was correct. And then a sustainable product has to meet all the elements of sustainability. So it has to be attentive to energy, water, chemicals, and it isn't replacing. And we have to replace a significant percentage of those virgin materials, or it's really not truly sustainable. It's really greenwashing. So we have to be really careful at being a true sustainable product, and when we're building a circular economy. So that's who we are. We have Purify sourcing centers that are actually working on picking up waste based on color, composition, construction, and chemical finishes. So it's really important when we say pure, we're really pure fiber. So we remove those chemical finishes from those raw materials so that we're delivering to our customers a pure fiber. So that's who we are, and that's been our philosophy throughout 25 years of the business. And so, Kusha, you can ask me any questions, but that's really what we're planted on, right?
Thank you, Joy. Thank you for sharing that. Since we're on the topic of textile innovations, I'd like to direct my next question to Paige. In your perspective, what are some of the new sustainable fibers that are coming up as recent innovations in this space, and your views around it as well?
Yes, I mean, there are so many new fibers coming up, which is very exciting. I mean, we're seeing faux leather made from mushrooms. We're seeing fish skin. You know, they've got the circularity going into the fishing industry now where, you know, they're using the skins to make, again, faux leather. We're seeing banana skins. We're seeing all sorts of things come in. But to be honest, a lot of what is coming in, you know, would possibly account for 1% of the market. So it's still, for me, although it's wonderful and I think we will get there and see lots of different changes, we still have got a lot of work to do, you know, to get, yeah. I think that's there's no getting around it. We all have a lot of work to do, and some of them, require the mixing together of the fibers. You may not get what you want with bamboo or something. So what you do is you mix some of it with cotton, you mix some of it with other things. And so we're connected, all of us. And I think that would be the message I would want to get across, is that, none of us should be going for the other one. What we need to do is learn from each other and figure out how we're going to get there as an industry.
There's too much in the world. There's hundreds of billions of pounds of raw materials in the world. We all have to work together to be able to solve this problem, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Joy. Speaking on the lines of partnerships and collaborations, Nalika, do you reckon more organizations should partner on the recycling practice? Do you reckon there is a sufficient awareness provided and support out there?
Yes, definitely. So what we have seen here is, as eco-spinels, we are fighting so hard within Sri Lanka by our own. Few people, big players already have supported us. But what we believe is we need more support, especially in terms of the securing the raw material. So we know for a fact why we are telling, we all talk about sustainability, we will talk about the circular economy, and we all talk about carbon footprint reduction and all. So if you just understand what we do as eco-spindles on the reduction of the carbon footprint. For an example, if you take, according to Higg material sustainability index, it says compared to virgin polyester manufacturing, recycled polyester itself is like 70% less greenhouse gas emission and 20% less energy consumption. Sorry, 45% less energy consumption and 20% less water consumption. So this is where we are. So as Sri Lankans, we should be proud, of what we do here, because we have started for the first time in Sri Lanka to convert back these PET bottles into, especially the post-consumer PET bottles, into the value-added DTY. So what here we have seen is it's more challenging to secure or to get the raw materials or the PET bottles. We know for a fact more than 1,500 tons per month is available in the environment. But with a lot of efforts, we only be able to take about 200 to 250 tons. Even if you take all together within the entire country, just 280 tons or even less being collected and recycled back, which means to say that more than 80% is available in the environment. So we should be partnered together to get this done, and of course to convert those back to the value-added products. So that is all about circular economy, I would say.
Thank you, Nalika, for touching on that fact related to partnerships and collaborations. I'd like to open the forum for questions, if there's any. Yes, could we get a mic over there, please?
Hi, two questions. So we've already heard quite a bit on how there is at least from one company, significant effort in recycling water in the dyeing process. Looking at the cotton process, in the cotton cultivation process, I think it's something tens of thousands of liters per kilogram of cotton. Have there been any developments in that area with regard to Nexus's operations?
Paige, would you like to take that question?
Well, for us, first of all of our cotton that we grow in sub-Saharan Africa is rain-fed. So we're not doing, mass irrigation systems. So that is one thing. For us, the big work that we need to do is on energy. We've tuned to our ginning operations to try and introduce more solar lamps for people working within the gin and things like that. But, when you cover a concession area that is the size of, equivalent in acreage that is the size probably of Holland, you're having to access and get to very remote places. And when there's no kind of, great roads and things like that, that uses more diesel. So for us, what we're working on now is looking at our energy and how we can get that down. We use every bit of the cotton plant. So in other words, it means that the seed is crushed to make oil. You then take, the shells from the seeds and, some of the other trash, and you combine it together to make feed. We're also promoting not having farmers burn, the residue in their crops. So we're doing regenerative agriculture. We've even got to the point now that we're even looking on the carbon sequestration on the soil of with our smallhold farmers, that we have new tools, things that will replace the hoe, so that when they use kind of a plexus seeder, it's a long pole that has a hollow shaft. It has a hook on the end that goes the exact depth that they need to plant their seeds, and then they can drop the seeds in from the top. And it means that they get a good movement going, they're cutting into the soil less and less. All these things count. And, even our gym moats, we put them in the town center as ground cover, and we find that they get better plants growing, flowers. From the nutrients that are kept in. We use a bioactive system when we're using large tracts of line that capture the dust. They mix it on the topsoil and coat the seeds going back in. We're looking at every aspect. And that's all we can do, is just improve basically what we do every single day. And that's our goal.
Okay, thank you. My second question is for Joy. You were saying that you have 23 patents and trade secrets with regard to your processes and circularity.
Yes.
Some might argue that it would be easier and faster to develop these if those were waived and people had open source access to them. Why keep them under said control if that is the longer, wider goal?
We are planting over 20 facilities with 12 different, we're actually planting now 240 different lines globally. And it's our business to manage the quality of the raw materials and the finished materials. And if we believe that if we do them open source, we will lose the quality of those finished goods. That's really what that's our goal. Our raw material comes from post-industrial and post-consumer raw materials, and we are able to maintain the length and the strength of the finished fiber that can go back into spun yarns or composites or nonwovens or whatever we choose for those to go into. And we then can assure that those raw materials can have 17 additional lives. So if we can do that, then we have truly created a very unique circular business that we are willing to share with other businesses. We're not trying to keep it all to Purify, but we're looking for operational partners globally. And we're very, very proud of those technologies and trade secrets, but we want to maintain the quality of those raw materials so that we can truly create a circular economy for our retailers, brands, et cetera. And we believe, and it's a strong belief that I have, and I'm the CEO and founder of this company, and I founded it 25 years ago. And we worked on it very, very diligently. But we really feel like that we want to partner with the retailers and brands, and then the manufacturing partners and the spinners, so that we all can work together to make sure that we engineer those fibers so that they have that kind of quality, right? So I think that's really important. And I think it will go up in source at some point, but we have to maintain quality first. And let me explain to you, one of the technologies that Purify just did, and MAS is very aware of this, but one of our biggest issues is having elastane in all of our fabrics. And about 3 years ago, we developed a technology that removed the elastane out of our fabrics so that we can actually have a pure host fiber and then actually have elastane as a secondary fiber. So it's a really important technology, and I think we keep a lot of raw materials out of the landfill and have something that's really very, very important to the economy. So.
Any further questions from the audience?
I think I should just add a little more on top of what Joe has said on the technology and the circular, like, how we're going to recycle back our fabrics or the fibers. So for an example, now as EcoSpindles, we have, as our next step, we have started recycling fabrics back into the yarn itself. You can see, of course, we have started with our own waste, like yarn waste, converting back into yarn itself. You can see this is the start, and then I'll share this with you all. If you want, we can touch and feel. This is going to be the future of our textile, Sri Lankan textile industry. I would say this is where the fabric being recycled back into intermediate product. What we could do is we'll be again converting this back into the yarn. So we have started that process just for you all to basically to share with you all. So this is the new technology what we're going to introduce in the next few months or so.
Thank you. That was very interesting.
Thank you. Very great.
I think we could conclude in the interest of time. I'd like to thank the panelists. I'd like to thank Nalaka for joining us physically, and the panelists Moin, Paige, and Joy. Thank you for connecting with us virtually and sharing so much of information and insight. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Thank you for having us.
Panel.
Very much.
Thank you for having us. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Paige.
Our fourth panel is an interesting one as it sets the scenario for a need of a tool for small and medium-sized design enterprises and introduces the Responsible Meter, authored by Colombo Fashion Week in association with HSBC. Our first panelist, Ajay Veer Singh, Managing Director of CFW, the Responsible Fashion Movement, and Director on the board of the Commonwealth Fashion Council in London. Our second panelist is Mr. Didul Kodagoda, Quality Management Facilitator, his career spanning more than 35 years in this industry with 20 years at SLSI. Mr. Didul was the chairman of the Sri Lanka Accreditation Board for 3 years and is currently a member of the Technical Advisory Committee of the Personnel Certification Scheme of the National Institute of Business Management. Our third panelist is Mr. Tharanga Gunasekara. Tharanga is the Environment and Sustainability Governance Lead at HSBC Sri Lanka. He is also the Head of Marketing and Communications and EXCO member of HSBC Sri Lanka. Our fourth panelist is Charini Suryagay. Inspired by her love for experimenting with combinations of the traditional and modern, Charini Suryagay has made a mark for herself in the ethical fashion arena, combining her Sri Lankan heritage with modern design. Her designer wear brand was first launched at Colombo Fashion Week in 2009 and has continuously participated at London Fashion Week and other international fashion shows and retails in both Europe and Sri Lanka. Over to you, Chatushka.
Thank you. So a very warm welcome to the four key personalities joining us today. Ajay, it's a special segment. We are unveiling the responsible meter. What led you drive this initiative of launching a responsible meter?
Good afternoon, everyone. A certain thing that I'd like to put on the table for everyone's benefit. Most of the design-based businesses around the world in relative to their economies are SMEs, majority of them, right? And it always, and same in Sri Lanka and any country. And most of those businesses are wanting to be sustainable. They're hard to be in a sustainability space, but they're not there. So that was the question that was first we had to put ourselves, and we've been dealing with designers for a while. And we also realized that maybe they did not feel included, nor was there a tool or a standard which would include them, right? But all the big players, big brands, big manufacturers, they had various standards which were kind of looking at various aspects of the supply chain, from textile to better cotton to all societal thing, fair wages. But for SMEs, there was none there. So we also, I personally, I'm a man who really is driven by responsible fashion, and to me such a thing, and I wanted the designers to embrace this. And then we realized the barrier was there was no regulation for them, there was no mentorship, no guidance, no standard, no certification. And that was the starting point for us to start working on it. Probably, I think we started working on it 2.5, 3 years ago. And now we introduced it, and now it's really pretty much in the market for us to use. And HSBC has come forward to support it because they understand. Didul is here, who's the man who knows certification really well. Charini is one of the first designers, and sustainability is part of her game since the beginning. And she was the first one who got audited on that standard. So yeah, so that's just a little background, and I'm sure once you have more detailed questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ajay. Didul, with your vast experience in accreditation, how does this tool, the responsible meter, conform to assessment criteria in your view? What do you think of the suitability of having a sustainability standard such as the responsible meter for small, medium enterprises?
Yes, thank you very much for having me here, and thank you for the kind introduction. First of all, I must say that a type of standard like the responsible meter is going to help the small and medium scale entrepreneurs in the field of design fabric manufacturers. It can help them to move forward in their responsible journey, the sustainable journey, to achieve the targets they would have set under the sustainable goals. Let me first talk a bit about the standardization process and how a standard can help the manufacturers to move forward in various areas, right? Now, standardization is a voluntary, consensual process. Okay, if you reach consensus at international level, you can come out with an international standard. If you reach consensus at national level, you come out with a national standard. Now, similarly, if you can arrive at a consensus in a particular industrial sector, for example, the SMEs in this particular sector, if they can arrive at a consensus, then you can come out with a sectoral standard, right? So there is a hierarchy of standards You have the company standards, you have the sectoral standards, you have the national standards, the regional standards, and the international standards. So standard is, what is a standard now? First of all, let us, we are talking about standards. A standard specifies minimum requirements for a product to be fit for a purpose. Okay, that is basically a standard. So the key in the sort of standardization process, the key word is the consensus, right? If you don't have consensus, you face a lot of issues when you try to implement the standard. So once you have a standard, as I said, it's a basic requirements for the product to be fit for a purpose. Now, what these requirements can be related to a quality of the product, or it can be related to the safety of a product, or it can be related to a manufacturing practices. Now we are talking about sustainable manufacturing practices, the practices that will make it sustainable. So here, by defining a standard with minimum requirements for sustainable manufacturing practices, going across the supply chain, right, it will help, definitely help the SMEs to move forward in their journey of sustainability. So that is the basis of, I think, the suitable standard. The main thing is to develop a suitable standard. So that will help the SMEs in a big way.
Thank you, Vidhu. Charini, being a design-led fashion entrepreneur, you've had first-hand experience with this tool. How was this implemented as part of the business from a designer's perspective, and how important is this tool from an entrepreneur's perspective? So it's a twofold question, yeah.
Right. So I have a different way that I experience this whole thing, because I started my journey with Colombo Fashion Week, and also Colombo Fashion Week has pushed the designers towards being responsible and also working with crafts, etc. But then when I took part at London Fashion Week, it was a rigorous process where every part of the process was dissected to understand what kind of impact it has on the environment or people. So then in that whole journey, I learned a lot about those little things that we would have not taken into major consideration, and how it can make a massive impact in this whole production process, or the retail process for that matter. So when I experienced that journey towards showcasing the brand at London Fashion Week, I didn't have a choice. I did have to go through that rigorous process to make sure the brand meets with that international standards. So, but then after I moved back to Colombo with the brand, and when I actually tried to do the same thing in this retail situation in Colombo, I thought that people did not accept these standards too. I mean, they didn't really care about it. So I'm happy that the responsible meter is going to be implemented through Colombo Fashion Week and that platform, because that's a good way for all the designers also to take it as a serious thing that'll actually help their journey with meeting the international standards. So for me, it has been a place where I had implemented, but realized that in the Sri Lankan context that I didn't need to. But also the good thing is that I'm taking a step back towards what it was. And so it's a different experience for me as a designer, because it's re-implementing and rediscovering how I can apply responsibility to the brand.
Thank you, Charini. Taranga, my next question is to you. What was the fact that encouraged HSBC, being a bank, to partner on the responsible meter?
Thanks, Chaturska, and firstly, thanks for inviting us. I think it's quite interesting. The timing of this responsible fashion summit also coincides with probably the biggest climate change summit that's happening as we speak in Glasgow, COP26. So interesting conversation here. I think basically to your question, there's three parts to the story. So there's a global piece, there's a Asia piece, and there's a Sri Lanka piece. So if you look at why did HSBC get involved, that's probably two reasons, because being an international bank, being here for 129 years in Sri Lanka and being over 150 years globally, I think obviously we've seen the cycles. And if you take what really triggered this is the fact that we've been part and parcel of Colombo Fashion Week for almost 14 years. We've been partnering CFW, and obviously it was about showcasing fashion and obviously getting our customers to come and see the nice designer work. But I think obviously we had to go beyond that. Now, if you look at what is the global scenario, so globally I think we are probably in that point where we need to really do something about the climate crisis. We had to halve the emissions by 2030 and become net zero by 2050. And that means year on year we got to reduce our emissions by about 12%. Now, that's a lot of work. So it's definitely going to be not a sprint, but a marathon. The World Economic Forum also stipulates that the #1 global risk is climate action failure. Now, if you kind of put that into context, I think there's a lot of work to be done. Now, HSBC is also globally committed, including Sri Lanka, committed to support this transition to a net zero future. Because we have clients obviously that we support. So we've just laid out our ambition in March 2020 to basically support our clients with sustainable financing to the tune of $750 to $1 trillion US dollars in the next 9 years, which means there's a lot of funding that will come. And I can also vouch that it's happening in Sri Lanka as we speak as well. Secondly, there's also a lot of climate partnerships that we are supporting to the tune of $100 billion. All that will obviously hit Sri Lanka. But what's important is, if you take this action really would happen in Asia, and that's kind of where we are as Sri Lanka is part of Asia. They say that the battle for climate change will be either won or lost in Asia, because 87% of our emissions since 1990 came from Asia. So we had to win the battle in Asia. Now, when it comes to Sri Lanka, it's also a similar case. If you look at there's a report called World Data, and if you can go country by country, and if you look at Sri Lanka, since 1990, CO2 per capita increased from about 100% increase from about 90 to 400%, right? Which means there's a whole lot of work that has to be done by a lot of us, including our consumers, including our think tanks, regulators, etc. So there's a lot of collaborative work that needs to happen. So one of the things I'd probably like to explain here is we've taken that first step. So just to give you a case study, HSBC obviously has a lot of credit cards. I'm sure hopefully there's one in your wallet. But did you, not a sales pitch. So the first step we took is we basically issue about 23 million cards globally in 52 countries. Now, each card basically has a landfill and also CO2 emissions. So we were the second market in Asia. Sri Lanka was the second market in Asia where we converted in the credit cards and debit cards into RPVC or recycled PVC, 85% RPVC, which means for every card we send to our customers, there's a 7-gram reduction of CO2 and a 3.18 gram reduction of plastic landfill, which is about 73 tons. That's like equivalent to 40 mid-sized vehicles per annum. That's the kind of land waste that you might have from a credit card perspective. So now we have put the credit card in wallet, but now we need to basically have a platform for consumers to go and also ethically and sustainably purchase. And that's probably where the responsibility comes in. So we have a lot to do. I'll explain probably another dimension maybe in the next session. Thanks.
Thank you, Tharanga, for that insight that you shared. Ajay, do you reckon there will be more traction towards sustainability after launching the responsible meter?
We sincerely hope so, because one of the conversations that do not take place is between the designer and the consumer, the creator and the consumer. So somewhere those conversations get lost out, and what we're trying to encourage with the responsible meter is since a garment evaluation tool, the score is placed on the garment at the retail. So we're encouraging consumers to ask questions on the score that the designer is getting for that particular garment, and hopefully start the discussion based on that. So, and we realized, when we're talking to designers, such as Charini and others, most of their consumers will buy their products, and I'm happy they are, is based on impulse, right? And what Charini will, make really nice, and, so she, obviously that's the business we are in. But the point is that we want to include a new question, that how's Charini doing it? And what is the, we want the consumers to be more aware in asking the right questions, because my whole issue was with all the activists going on the street and saying, oh, we should buy, do the right thing, but they never open their wallet and dish out that extra $1 to buy a garment made by, because I know that because of our brand, Pigeon Island, right? Each of that shot is like so expensive to make compared to a normal one, but they all get stuck the moment they have to pay that extra bit, right? So I'm sure they will pay if there's more knowledge and information available to them to pay. And I feel the responsible meter is actually, it will be a dialogue between fashion consumers and fashion creators, right? And if that takes place, then it'll really gain traction, and it'll impact far more people, because one of the other things is that we are probably the only such standard that captures the supply chain of SME designer in anywhere in the world. There's not a single standard that catches from ideation to retail one of a SME. So we're hoping that with this opening, there'll be many more, and this standard should not only stay in Sri Lanka, but go South Asia as well, South Asia wide.
Thank you, Ajay. So I'd like to leverage on that response and ask Charini, do you reckon consumers would pay an additional amount for an ethically manufactured garment? What is your viewpoint on that?
I always think that the consumers were not ready for something like this a couple of years ago, but now consumers are demanding transparency. So globally that's the case, and it's becoming a trend in Sri Lanka also, and especially with Gen Z being quite passionate about sustainability. They look at it in a different way. They might not buy luxury goods, but still they would like to see who made their garments, how they made it. And when you look at the millennial consumers, they would have a different type of interest about the transparency of the garment, because they would appreciate something that is long-lasting, something that is been handcrafted, something that is timeless. So different generations look from the retail market, retail platforms, different retail landscapes react to this in different ways. So the good thing is that the Sri Lankan consumer now is ready for it, because I think this the responsible meter, it has to be started at a time where the consumer is also ready to accept it. There's no point starting it when nobody understands it. So now I think we are at a level where the consumer also understands the importance, and they might not even know this is something to do with the responsible meter. So that's the important part about introducing that as a meter, because they would say, oh, I like to help the local craft community, so I like to buy something that has biralu or batik or something like that. But they would not understand that is also part of the responsible meter. So by making this the responsible meter adhere to certain standards, it's easy for the consumer also to understand where your purchase is in that whole meter, whether it's something there's a meter that scores up to 10 points. So you don't have to have all 10 points. Ajay always tells us, even if it's just 1 point or 2, it's the thought that matters, and that whole the need to take one step forward towards the brand being sustainable or a garment being sustainable. So in this whole setup, when a garment has a tag saying this designer has taken a pledge to be responsible, and the garment is made out of ethically sourced fabric, or there are no harsh chemicals that is used in this particular garment dyeing process, then the consumer also has that confidence that it is something that is more, it has some standards. So I can see that now, I mean, I'm very confident now because I am one of those people. I was not really confident of coming back to Sri Lanka and really implementing all these international standards here, thinking nobody's going to pay more money for it anyway, and it'll probably cost a little bit more to implement certain things. So I think now consumer actually is interested. They ask, Charini, what kind of dye did you use for it? And I mean, from where did you all get all these handcrafted components from? So they ask all these questions. So I think we are in a very good point. I'm very positive about it being the right time for it, where the consumer is also accepting it.
Thanks for that, Charini. I'd like to open the forum for questions, if there are any. Yes, the mic over there, please.
Hi, sorry, testing, hello. Sorry I'm hogging the mic so much. This is a question for Ajay. So we have on like regular food packaging, there's like a little green, red, or yellow circle showing its sugar content. And this has become ubiquitous to most folks who go out and shop. Similarly, when it comes to the responsible meter, would you be able to push people's understanding of it and acceptance of it through partnerships with your large-scale manufacturers, your MASs, your STARs, etc.? And if so, is that something that you are looking to do? And if you are, how has the response been?
Well, our focus is SMEs at the moment, right? And design-based entrepreneurs. So it could be your fashion designers, product designers, it could be any other, because that level is what you need them engaged for the scale to increase, you know? And then you need those consumers engaged who are their consumers for the scale to further increase, you know? I think for the big manufacturers, there's already plenty of standards and they all adhere to those. But the SMEs is where the gap is. Not only in Sri Lanka, but in other parts as well. That is one need we wanted to fill with that, you know. And you see most of the startups and most of the entrepreneurs, new ideations, they all start at that level. And if they could embrace this and we engage them and introduce them to a standard of this nature, it helps their process. You know, it regulates them, it mentors them, it educates them which way to go. So that's been the focus, and that'll be the focus for next few years, and we'll see after that what happens as we go on.
Thank you.
So a very simple question: if I'm a SME, say for example, I'm a retailer in a very small scale, how do I use this meter?
That's a really simple, good question. So, see, what happens is for a retailer, if you're a multi-brand retailer, you need to make sure that the brands which you're retailing are audited on this meter. It's a 10-point system. 7 are based on environmental well-being and 3 are on societal well-being. Societal plus the 2 of them kind of overlap between societal and environmental. And those 10-point score is given on those on the questions based on that. So for a consumer, we're also working on an app. So once you go there, you look at the score and you will see the entire like a it's not actually 2 pages, but a single page where you say what did this designer adhere to, what did he do right. So so that is for a multi-brand retailer. But if you're like a single brand retailer, your entire process pretty much is easier because your entire process is audited from the time your ideation of that where your idea started and your end product which is there for the consumer. Idea is we're also encouraging consumers to engage in this. So far consumers don't ask many questions, right? Only question they ask is the sale, the discount, right? So we're trying to get them to ask better questions, right? And open the wallet a bit more for the better answers. So that's where we're going with this.
Thanks. Now, adding to that, what you said, as you said, like designers should open the dialogue. They should have an open conversation with their customers. So a designer like Charini could easily do that because she serves like a very customized outfits and garments. But like a retailer who serves like a little bit of a larger group of audience, what is your suggestion for them to start this dialogue with their customers?
Well, it's a similar thing because if they don't have their own brand, right? If they have multi-brand, so they have to encourage the designers to get audited on that because they're retailing someone else's, and they need to also take a conscience-based call, that, how they put forward 40% off, 50% off, 30% off, season sale, instead of that, include this as well to talk, because it's all about building traction at the beginning where you inform consumers about what's happening. So that really is the way to go. So the retailer needs to first engage in this, get audited on this, and it's a very simple audit process. It's very simple, and they just need to open the dialogue with the consumers. When they walk in, they say, why don't you try this garment, see the score on this, this is what has been done, and there's enough not documentation, the information available from our side for any consumer to have a better understanding of it.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you. Question for Mr. Didul. Now, every time we come to the fashion summit, the responsible summits, we see brands doing a lot of things. And year on year, there is, they've made more efforts and, but as someone who's worked with Sri Lanka standards, aside from the brands and the designers, does Sri Lanka standards or the government recognize fashion as a sector where they've got a kind of focus and control the kind of emissions and the environmental damage? Because I know they're doing it for single-use plastics, cutlery, vehicles now. On a national level, have we caught up to the conversation?
No, I think Ajay is trying to initiate a conversation with SLS at the moment. Actually, there are a lot of textile standards at national level, but regarding this particular area, I don't think there is a national standard at the moment. I think Ajay is at the moment in conversation with SLSI to develop a national standard. But as I mentioned earlier, you can start with a sectoral standard, and that sectoral standards also can be certified. Now, I think this responsible meter is a certifiable standard. The only thing is we have to develop a certification scheme, that could be accredited. If I can take a few of your time just to tell about accreditation, because the international recognitions you come onto a certification scheme through accreditation. And in Sri Lanka, there is Sri Lanka Accreditation Board, which is the authority for accreditation. And now, for example, he has a standard. Can you and I go and certify somebody? Okay, of course we can, but will it be recognized? So for recognition, the certification scheme has to be accredited, not the standard. Now, I've heard people using wrong terminology. So I have heard people saying we are accredited for ISO 9000. No, that's wrong. You are not accredited for 9000. You are certified for 9000. And the body who certifies you, now for example, say you are certified by Sri Lanka Standard Institution. The Sri Lanka Standard Institution is accredited to say that they are competent to certify you. So there are three levels. You have the standard, then you have a certification scheme which uses that standard to certify. Now, for example, this responsible meter can be used to certify. It's a certification. And whoever who certifies can be accredited. And there are different standards for that. Say, for example, it's a product certification that we are talking about. So there's a standard, ISO 17065, which deals with, which specify requirements for the competence of a certification body to carry out that task. So once you do that, there are international organizations dealing with accreditation. For example, for product certification, there is an international accreditation forum, and they have a multilateral agreement. And the Sri Lanka Accreditation Board is a signatory to that agreement. So which means that when a SLAB accredits a certification body, that certification body is internationally recognized because SLAB is a signatory to that MLA. And whoever who gets certified by an accredited certification body, that is the designers, they also will be internationally recognized for that particular parameters. So therefore, it's a case of taking this down, from the standard to the certification scheme for accreditation. So it's not something that will come immediately, I believe, but will take some time. But this is a good start, I think, in this area.
Thank you. Just to add on to, we already working with SLSI. So when we presented this to them at the beginning, they were very interested because they don't have a standard of similar nature, and their focus is SMEs, right? But it's just that I think the structures are far more, if I'm politically correct in saying, the structures are slightly more old school, which we need to kind of get them into the market relevant tools, and so that discussion is on. They've already set up a panel and a body that is, working with us, and they actually gaining a lot in terms of, how this whole thing is working and how they can put it. So the process is on. I think there'll be some news probably, end of the year, early next year. So be part of that.
Congrats. I think there's a question there.
I'd like to know if there has been an assessment of the economic value of the fashion industry in Sri Lanka, and of which, how much of that constitutes to the sustainable business?
Among the fashion design industry, not the apparel.
Fashion, yeah. Apparel is a part of the fashion industry.
But not so much in Sri Lanka in a conventional manner, because apparel pretty much is very export based, and fashion design is very for the market, for the local market. So not for the local market, not for the fashion design industry, but I'm sure for the apparel there is. Yeah.
Maybe I can add something there. So we commissioned a study recently, which is pertaining to the apparel industry. We worked with IUCN. This was basically how we can transition into a greener apparel industry. And what IUCN found was, interestingly, a couple of recommendations. There were 12 recommendations. And the reason why we also tied up with the responsible meet is because one of the recommendations, the big companies get it. They've converted, they transition into renewable energy, greener practices. But it's a SME type of industry that don't really get it yet. And that's where really the impetus would be, and also that's where the work has to be done. So I believe it's two things. So one, obviously, is when you start disclosing, because you can't run away from this fact, you got to do something about it, right? So when you start disclosing, I mean, today there's something called TCFD, which is a global disclosure. Only 1,500 companies in 52 countries, I believe, are disclosing their footprints and carbon, or rather the climate risks. But we don't really have that in any form or manner in Sri Lanka. So when you start disclosing and start to think about it, I think it's going to kind of be the tipping point. So I believe you can probably look it up. I mean, the whole report is available on our website, on our HSPC website. So I think that was a starting point. I think, and this would be really the go-to kind of instrument which everyone in this industry would start thinking about it. So if you really ask me, I mean, we see a lot of our consumer data. There's a global study that we did, 77% as per this Mintel, kind of research that we did with HSPC, found that they will transition into a more sustainable, kind of practice when it comes to consumption. But there's nothing like that done in Sri Lanka. I believe it's in a very nascent stage. So that's why this responsible meter would be a really good way of analyzing and also getting some data around what are the patterns, projections, and future, kind of trajectory when it comes to consumption, I guess. Just to add one other.
Do we have any further questions? Yes, I think there's one more.
My question is to Charini. Charini, as you know, most of the Sri Lankan consumers are very price sensitive. They look for discounts, price off, things like that. And also on the other hand, when it comes to, for example, you spoke about batik, where that batik prints, and competing with that in terms of price level is very difficult. What is your plan, or what is your suggestion to overcome these two issues when it comes to sustainable practices, which is costly, and also when it comes to fabrics and other materials, etc. So what is your plan on that?
So the plan is, I don't think of, I think there's a lot of different avenues that you can explore for the brand's advantage as an entrepreneur. Say, for example, if you are creative, and that is my duty to be the creative part of that whole process, if you can think of this as in a different angle and figure out how you can, let's say, maximize your raw material, minimizing waste. And so there it's, because most of our cost is our raw material. So So I might be one designer who will think, how can I reduce that particular waste, and how can I maximize in terms of how I can make 1 meter of fabric work for my benefit. So being responsible doesn't actually always cost more. It actually can be work for your advantage as well. See, now it depends on how smart you are also as a designer in which avenues that you decide to kind of explore. Say, again, if it's something like batiks, yes, it's expensive, and the dye cost when it's like, when it's something that is non-toxic is even more. But you can be a designer who can think of it in a creative way where if you generally use 10 grams of dye, you can come up with creative ways where you need actually 5 grams of dye to get the same impact. So that is being innovative and creative. So I think it all depends on how you can make it take it to your advantage, where you can kind of figure out how to play around with the components and the ingredients to make it actually a very well stitched garment, something that lasts longer, but something that will not really add to your cost. That you have to be very careful. And also something I've always noticed is that people will they are willing to pay more money when it's food. If say now they put more importance when it comes to organic food, or something that they put on your skin, like some organic cosmetic, or some cosmetic that is made with certain standards. But when it comes to fashion, they think it's something that you can wear and throw. So it's very difficult to instill those value systems in people's mind about certain items. Because fashion has become one of these things that you can just discard. So by implementing something like the responsible meter, we can actually push the consumer also to understand the importance, so that they will actually feel that it's a bit fashionable also to be responsible. I think that's something that we might not even talk about, but actually makes a big impact for a business like mine. Because I'm not actually pitching to the mass market. It's more the high-end market. When Ajay came up with this thing about doing the responsible meter, I was actually telling him that's actually good for us, because consumers will look at it as a fashionable thing to do. So repeating an outfit will be fashionable, and cutting and chopping and reconstructing something and wearing it for the second time will be fashionable. So it's how you actually tap into this as a business, as an entrepreneur, and how you can maximize it. Did I answer your question?
I reckon we could conclude this panel discussion. Thank you very much to the panelists for shedding so much of insight to this discussion. We will now take a short break and resume. I will be signing off. I'd like to thank Ajay for the opportunity that was given. It was lovely being here. Thank you. Thank you, Ajay.
And now we commence the last part of the Responsible Fashion Summit presented by JAAF and Sri Lanka Apparel. Sri Lanka boasts of cleanest supply chains in South Asia as JAAF encapsulates and drives this vision in the entire industry. Now we move on to the point of view presentation by Sharika Senanayaka titled Detoxing Fashion. Sharika is a Director of Environmental Sustainability at MAS and currently sits on the Board of Directors of the Zero Discharge of Hazardous Chemicals ZDHC initiative. Throughout the years, Sharika has been a driving force in shaping MAS's sustainability strategy and in building key stakeholder relationships for the group. Her vision for MAS includes championing the practice of sustainable manufacturing as a core function at MAS by implementing the group's integrated sustainability strategy in key areas. She is a strong advocate of the role of women as creators of impact and driving sustainable change. Over to you, Sharika.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today I've got a rather interesting topic that doesn't get as much attention as it needs to. It's about the fashion industry and the usage of chemicals in the industry. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit of the history around it. So when I use this term, detoxing my fashion, this was a campaign that Greenpeace started in 2011. Why did they do this? Just moving on to my next slide. In 2011, they found that in China, they suddenly found rivers full of foam, purple color, going all over, a lot of unnatural things, and these were going unnoticed and unmarked. So they put out a report called Dirty Laundry. And this was not just about China, but it was about the entire apparel and textile industry and what this toxicity was doing to us. How did it go unrecognized? What happened? How did we suddenly realize that there was so much concentration of chemicals in the water? Just moving on to the next slide. And just give me a minute as we are getting this going. As we're talking about the Dirty Laundry report, we found that there are a couple of questions that we want to ask ourselves. Why are there chemicals in the clothes that I make? You can just move on to the next slide. Sorry, I'm not managing it here. So we'll move on to the next slide. Why are there chemicals in the way that we manufacture clothes? What is the purpose of these chemicals? Are they dangerous to us? Are they necessary? And most importantly, what is going to be done to phase these chemicals out of the way in which we manufacture? So just moving on to the next slide, I wanted to start with a little story. And this story is something that is quite unusual. How many of you have used that term, mad as a hatter? I mean, I use that term without thinking twice about it. But did you guys know that in the 18th and 19th century, there was the hatting industry, the people who made hats, actually used a chemical that was basically a mercury that they used to cure the felt. And this mercury made them actually, there was one thing is that it made them get tremors, and it made them actually impact their nervous system. So when you say mad as a hatter, I always thought that was like a crazy hat you wear for this Alice in Wonderland type party, but it is an actual, hatters had an insanity thing going on caused by this chemical poisoning. So this is an example of a dangerous chemical, but who is it really dangerous for? Not for the user of the hat, but it was dangerous for the high concentration of this mercury that was being used in the production and manufacturing part of it. So this is what I wanted to sort of talk about, a chemical that was used in the fashion industry many years, 18th and 19th century, and it was only sort of banned after years of people knowing this. In the US, in somewhere in the 1940s, was when they suddenly decided, oh, okay, this is probably not a good idea, let's ban using this. this is sort of maybe a little bit of an exaggerated, well, a very big, very serious usage of the chemical industry. And how have we come so far? Well, there's still a lot more chemicals used in the production of textile, but not just in the production. If I move on to the next slide, in every aspect. So are they necessary? Let me move on and just bring your attention to where chemicals are used in every aspect. So we talked a lot about the cotton fields, and we had some talk before about organic cotton. But the amount of pesticide used in the actual fields are quite large. And then you go on to the next phase of, you're talking about the dyeing process. You're talking about the printing process in the laundries. Have you actually stopped to think about the types of chemicals that go into each of these processes? There's much less use at the cut and sew. So if you're actually talking about the apparel where you're putting, the cut and sew operation, it's just the machines. But at every point, there is a large amount of chemicals being used. So just moving on, what are these chemicals for? I mean, why are we using these chemicals? Because how many of you want the terms wrinkle-free? You want the terms, you think, all those fancy things that your clothes do for you. I mean, how do you think that's happening? How do you think that these pre-treatments, the special prints, where is that coming from? Obviously, with a significant amount of chemicals that are being used, and this is where it's most heavily used in this part of the process as well in terms of textile manufacturing. So just moving on. So how dangerous, I mean, I talked about the Mad Hatters, but how dangerous are the types of chemicals that were used in today's context? I mean, if you look at some of the lists, I've done sort of a technical document because this is the reason that people don't talk about chemicals. There are big words that nobody understands, right? And it's a horrible thing to say, oh, do I have an APEO in my clothes, right? Or an alkophenol. I don't think any of us are going to do that. But what we need to understand is there are some priority chemicals. They have been identified. And what type of things do these chemicals do for us? Well, it may not directly impact us when we wear it on our skin. You may get skin rashes, etc., on some of these chemicals. But in this manufacturing process, what happens is a lot of the excessive chemicals, when you're either washing the garment or when you're making the textile, it goes into our waterways. And it creates endocrine disruptors. It creates challenges like, for example, the hormones of the fish itself, the high amounts of estrogen. So you're talking about the fish being actually genetically sort of worked around. You're talking about drinking this water that may cause certain types of cancers. So it's almost like a karma if you don't look at it, because you may not be getting it by buying the clothes, but not asking those questions. This is entering our waterways. So this is a fairly serious thing, because if I was just to move on to the next slide, I'm in the textile and apparel industry, uses a significant amount of chemicals. So, I mean, this is a list of the priority chemicals. You won't find this in your daily language, but they've been identified. As all manufacturers, these chemicals need to be listed within your list of ingredients, and they need to be phased out immediately. This is sort of the movement where the industry is going to, and a lot of manufacturers, in fact, over 150 to 200 brands, have signed up to the zero discharge of hazardous chemicals. And I want to make it clear the difference between chemicals. You get good chemicals and bad chemicals. Not all chemicals are bad. So it's the hazardous chemicals that we are identifying and making sure that you phase that out of your manufacturing process. I work for MAS, and we've made sure that we have phased this out. I mean, it's been several years since it's been out of our operations, so I can tell you, standing here, that this is a possibility. It does not affect anything. There's nothing to wait. You just need to get on with this. Just moving on to the next slide. I didn't also realize till I went into the statistics that almost a quarter of the chemicals manufactured globally are for the textile and apparel industry. I mean, because of the entire value chain that you're talking about. I mean, that is a staggering number. So, I mean, you're talking about even when you think you're buying a natural yarn or something, there's a significant amount of, I think, I can't see, a kilo of chemicals to produce 1 kg of textile. I mean, how many of us really think about that number? We really need to be more in tune with the fact that this is very much sort of invisible poison that is getting into it, and we need to make sure the poisonous part doesn't. And once again, I emphasize that there are good chemicals. We don't have to worry about that, but we need to make sure that if there are any bad chemicals, that has to be phased out. So just moving on to the next questions. What's being done to improve things? So I just started on that topic about MAS and the world. Those 11 priority chemicals that I talked about, they're published all over. Whenever there's any kind of standard in terms of chemicals, we know that if that is in your waterway, so what happens is, how do you test whether you have these chemicals? So if you're a manufacturing plant, somebody will test the water, the outgoing water of that, and if there's a trace of any of these chemicals, you know that your input is containing some of these things. Now, it's a little bit challenging because an average company may use 3, 5, 9,000 types of chemicals, but you have to have a system to make sure that you know the ingredients that are going into it. And that is sort of the stringent process that companies like, large manufacturing companies like MAS will go through. We have a database of every single ingredient that goes into every chemical. But the thing is, we don't have to do it all ourselves. There are many databases and systems that have this. So it's just a matter of having access to it and you being able to put it on the system and say, look, are these chemicals popping up? So in terms of MAS, and I'm just going to go through that in terms of how we manage it, you look at the input and you look at the output and you look at having a chemical management system. We're also extremely obsessive in the way who's managing these chemicals. How is it managed? Do you have the correct health and safety around that? And I think that's so important. This might have a new term like matters, hatters, matters, tailors, I don't know. So it's really important that we understand where the concentration of some of this chemical is being used, and so that all of the required health and safety standards are around that. It could even cause, hazardous things like, just burning up or whatever. So just moving on to the next slide. I wanted to take a minute. I was introduced as a member of, a director of the Zero Discharge of Hazardous Chemicals. It was an appointment I got recently, and I'm very pleased to be a part of this, because when we talked about Greenpeace in 2011, it was the first time that an industry was really taken to task by an NGO. The process of that was that the brands came out, because a lot of brands were named and shamed, for the chemicals that were found, the trace chemicals in their printing, in their product, and in manufacturing facilities. So they came out and made a commitment actually to Greenpeace, and they said, look, we will identify all of the chemicals that are causing this, and we want to be a part of the solution. We did not know this was a problem. Now that you've brought it to our consciousness, we are going to do something about it. So the ZDHC organization, the non-profit founding organization, had a mission to zero. It's a zero toxicity of taking the entire fashion industry towards that. So the process in which they do it is they have a system of where the chemicals are identified, the alternatives are identified, and it links every aspect from chemical management, suppliers, to all the way through the supply chain to the brand. And now this is sort of what we're seeing is the standard that the brands are also imposing. The other thing, we talked about standardization earlier. So the other thing is we wanted to all sort of agree to the one standard, because you didn't want different brands pulling in different directions, saying, okay, well, what about this chemical? So there's sort of a phased out approach that has been set out that most of the large brands around the world are sort of agreeing to, because you do get different standards, and it's difficult to prioritize that. So that's a little bit about the roadmap to zero, and it's been doing quite well. And just moving on to my last couple of slides, is that, this is what goes through, everything we've been talking about this. The consumers have the right to know. This is the main point of what we're trying to get here. Would you have known if I told you, knowingly going and buying a brand, if I said, well, I hope you like that product, but I hope you don't mind the guy who is handling may or may not get cancer handling your product? Do you not have the right to know that? That is my point. If you knew that, would you be making those decisions? Would you be saying, oh, you can buy this product, it didn't hurt anyone, but if this one may have, caused a few issues, right? So, I mean, if we can break down this whole part of chemistry into a way we can understand, if there was some sort of way in which we could relate to or read this and have labels making sure, just like we've understood in our food labels, right? I mean, I'm not going to, there was a point when you look at all these high sugar cereals and thought, oh, fantastic, but I didn't realize, there were 15, 20 grams of sugar in everything. Now I would make that choice, right? You wouldn't go rushing if you had a diabetes problem buying that product. You'd make a conscious decision. So, I mean, this was the main thing, and moving on to my last slide, which I think concludes this discussion and what I wanted to share with you. My perspective is that the chemical part of our fashion industry has to be looked at more rigorously. And there is an urgency, because this is, I mean, it's not just what's happening in the manufacturing facility, but we talked about water. What about the quality of water? We are digesting this. We are saturating a lot of this water with this. And this is not something just for large companies, but also small and medium companies. The larger companies and manufacturers are being regulated. But we have to talk about why this change is imminent, and we have to do it as fast as possible, because essentially, I mean, we're poisoning ourselves. It's like a mass poisoning of all of us if we don't do something now. So with that, I hope you're all feeling uncomfortable about the water you're drinking. That was my intent, because there are a lot of these things that are honestly not a part of the regulatory things that we check. So all these little sort of invisible things need to also be brought to everybody's attention. With that, I'd like to conclude my session. Is there anything any questions or anything I can help answer? Super. I know I spoke really fast, but I hope you all caught on to some of that.
Hello, testing. Okay, cool. You were saying that the bigger companies and all that are regulated, and we have, safeguards, so to speak, against this use of chemicals and how it's disposed of and all. How well would you say that the regulatory bodies in Sri Lanka are actually doing this? Like, how regular is the testing? How stringent is the testing? In Sri Lanka, of course, we do have a significant issue with graft and all of that as well. So how stringent would you say that this is being done? And secondly, how would you educate the public beyond this room to an even greater extent? Because I think it's relatively easy to communicate, at least chemicals are bad for you kind of a thing, to the public and get them on board with this message.
Right, okay, so if I was to go back to why are the bigger companies actually being regulated, it's a self-imposed regulation in order for us to be able to manufacture and produce. Because if, for example, one of the big brands that we were manufacturing sort of even caught onto one of those traces, or for that matter, if Greenpeace caught on to testing our product and found traces of any of those hazardous chemicals on your product, you would lose your license to operate for them. So is the government doing that? No, this is a self-imposed sort of regulation if you are exporting to some of these big brands. So there's a lot of pressure being put on. How stringent? They are very, very stringent, partly because, I mean, they have been named, they have been shamed, and they are being watched. So that's why I said for the bigger manufacturers, that is a situation. In terms of water quality, I think the environmental authorities in Sri Lanka are quite stringent. It just may be not recently updated to have all of the specific types of trace chemicals that we're talking about. So there's possibly room around that as well. So I would almost go to say that some of the small and medium companies would not even realize what they're doing, and they don't have wastewater plants, they're not operating in BOI zones. So they are sort of generally, putting this water right after their dye bath that goes through a drain and goes directly into a waterway. So the concentration of that is extremely high. Is that being regulated? I don't think so, not stringently enough.
And then on the second portion, on communicating this to the greater public, on being aware of the environmental impacts of your consumption, environmental impacts to the producers of your... Right. I mean, we see a lot of stories about this, but again, oftentimes the discussion can be quite high level or restricted to English media. How would you suggest that you best disseminate that?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's a little bit, I haven't really got my head around how we would get the consumers to ask questions. It is something that panels like this, that we are hoping that the responsible meter and various other, if you're talking about Sri Lanka specifically, would be able to have conversations like this and get the topic out. We'd really like to influence the designers also to start differentiating themselves. I mean, if you say, look, I'm not using this, it's like the guy who sells you the SLS shampoo-free, organic-free, and you're like, oh, I don't have some sort of aluminium in my deodorant, and then you're like, why was that a problem in the first place, right? And so it's actually by perhaps the advocates who are sort of, pushing this is where the consumer will sort of maybe become educated, is my assumption. But I think a lot more effort will have to be done to simplify this, I think, to be able to relate to it. And that's the challenge, right? Because a lot of the other subjects on sustainability are a little bit more tangible. So, I mean, can I put that back to you? What would you think would work from a consumer perspective?
Okay. Well, personally, I think it would honestly just be a straightforward communication campaign, similar to what we've seen already from a lot of Western media and the way it's reported in the imagery used, the graphics and all of that. And then simply translating that and trying to get those in, high-flown and wide-ranging campaigns. Ideally is what and then of course with the backing of organizations that know what they're talking about, saying that, okay, here are the problems, here's the science behind it and all of that. Hopefully that would reach a relatively wide audience, but definitely trilingual.
Yeah, of course, definitely. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. It was a pleasure being here, and thank you for inviting me. So have a lovely evening.
All right, the finale of the 6th edition of the Responsible Fashion Summit is done none other by South Asian fashion icon Tarun Tahiliani. His name needs no introduction, as he's the first generation of designers that influence and set the stage for the Indian fashion design industry to bloom. Starting his journey in 1987, he's one of the biggest stars and an established name in Indian fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Perspective on Luxury in the Pandemic by Tarun Tahiliani. Tarun, are you connected? Tarun? Hi, Tarun, you're live.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And we can see you too. So I'll hand it over to you now.
Thank you. How are you all? I'm sorry, this feels incredibly weird. I've been yanked out of a meeting to talk about my perspective.
Recording in
luxury.
progress.
Sorry? Can you all hear me?
Yes, Tarun, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to just speak about my experience during the pandemic, what we thought, how we coped with it, and also basically what are some of the measures we took, and what were some of the most hard-hitting realizations for me as an Indian designer, vis-a-vis what was happening to people in India, mainly the craftspeople, who are the backbone of Indian fashion. Just for some of you who don't know what I do, I work in design for the last 30 years. We do bridal, we do ready-to-wear, we do sportswear, we do carpets. We do a lot of connected things. And at least in India, so much of what we do is not possible without the work of the craftspeople that we work with. India has an enormous crafts tradition, from weaving to embroidery to techniques that are employed on fabric. So anyway, as I speak for a bit, they will start showing images to coordinate with what I'm saying. Well, I don't know how it was in Sri Lanka, but when it started, the pandemic, we literally were taken completely unawares. I mean, we were in shock because we had no idea when we were supposed to do something and keep some lights off for some time, or there was something strange that our Prime Minister keeps doing, that this would lead into a lockdown. And so the first shock was that nobody was prepared. Everyone was still in complete high, intensity work mode. But the most immediate problem that we had here was that outside our studio started gathering people who had no food. There's a lot of people who are daily wage laborers in this country, not people who work for us because nobody could come back to work. The factory was shut and the ateliers were shut. But we had people who were daily wage laborers in the area. And we get this frantic call from the association in 2 days saying, would me and 2 other people consider feeding 100 people who were there. And by the time we finished in May, from 21st of March, that we were feeding 2,700 people a day, twice a day. And, you had no choice. What could you do? So immediately, the problems of your own company went out of your head. And we basically were just trying to deal with people who didn't have money, people who didn't have salaries. As you all must be aware, there was a giant migration problem because at that point with the fear, even doctors were being thrown out of their homes if they were tenants, or societies didn't want them because there was such rampant fear at that moment about what could possibly happen to everybody. And this was by far not the worst wave that we had in India. In fact, I don't even think we needed a lockdown at that point. And people hadn't been able to even prepare for it. So actually, we created our first big crisis pre-COVID, and that was hunger. And after that, I began to realize through Laila Taibji, who runs Dastakar, that in fact, all over India, our craftspeople were beginning to starve because some of them wove 3 saris a month, and they rely on these small bazaars or fairs that happen, and this is where they would sell what they produce. And suddenly the entire supply chain of their funding had stopped. We saw hunger, we saw the plight of the migrants, and we witnessed the scare and scale of trauma of people who came from lower economic backgrounds. And there was suddenly this big mass exodus back to the villages, as you know, even on foot. With that went a lot of craftspeople who are migrant to cities like Bombay, Delhi, or other cities where, big industrial cities, because they come here looking for work and they may live here for 8 or 10 months in the year. And many, very often they keep, especially with the Muslim communities that tend to be more traditional, they keep their families back at home and raise their children there. Sometimes people bring their kids to the cities, but they're very difficult cities now to live in and be housed in and educate kids in. So anyway, that was the first big problem. How do we deal with craft? Once we opened in May, we realized the extent of the attrition that had happened. We also understood that the markets were no longer what we thought they were. Weddings had been canceled, all travel had been sort of pretty effectively been banned. There was no tourism, and our stores were down to a trickle. And people were very, very, very scared in the beginning to go out. So we decided that the only way we could help ourselves to begin with was to start outreaching to people and to find a way to take our product out to them, which meant 2 things. One was that wedding was the only thing that for the ostensible moment was happening, because after waiting 2 or 3 months, people decided that they would still get married, even if there was literally 8 people in the living room. The couple, the 2 immediate parents, and maybe a sibling, if they lived in the same city, because till March, May, you couldn't even drive around cities like Delhi. Once that started, and it seemed to get a little better abroad, we decided that we really needed to ramp up our entire digital online presence. And it took us a bit of a while, because even to shoot became a big challenge. There were rules, you couldn't have more than 5 people. So very much like Sri Lanka, a lot of our fashion comes out of draping. It's sculpture in cloth. And we basically, always trying to talk about the structured drape, whether from classical structure, classical sculpture, or what we see even today in the cities, with the way people drape fabric, that this is a new vocabulary of clothing that's evolving. But in India, we rely a lot on hand embroidery, on weaving of textiles. And so there were two challenges. One is just to get things made. We now had to rely on figuring out how to get work to people who necessarily couldn't come to work. And that became a big agenda with us. And the second thing that we did was we started to look at how to reach the world, because as soon as there were flights again and there were couriers, we started getting contacted from people in Europe, in America, who wanted to go ahead with their events. And basically, so we decided we had to reach them. In front of you is a traditional outfit on the left of what we call chicken curry, which is something done exclusively by women in Lucknow, in the city of Lucknow. And it's what I call the Indian lace. It's done only in thread. We might embellish it further, but they do French knots, they do little different stitches. They pull the fiber out of the fabric and make what we call jali, which is like little trellising. And the image on the right is something that I showed in Milan in 2003, where we were doing our first real India modern collection, which is the pants in chicken curry and a jacket, which is clasped by a belt made by my friend Jola Viren Bhagat in silver. Just to tell you that I think in both our countries, our fashions are timeless because they come largely out of the textile and they come out of the various techniques that we employ on them. Something like this on the right is something we could only do in the last 20, 30 years because we would never have known how to cut trousers like this or, even a jacket. Maybe Sri Lanka was ahead of this curve with the tailoring, but it's something that came in with the English, stayed very much within what men used. Until 30 years back, I think getting clothes tailored, which most people had to do, was a huge problem, not so much for men, but certainly for women, because things never fit correctly, or they didn't understand ease. Different fabrics had to be handled differently, and it's something that my generation of Indian designers before me, and certainly many more after me, have gone abroad study. The government's opened these schools with FIT, and there are 14 of them, plus a lot of private institutes. And so the idea of cut and fashioning fabric and how to construct it has come, and therefore from it, this marriage of our techniques with Western clothing techniques of construction and modern day fit. But the point of showing you this is that both of these garments are fully worked on by hand. And if I didn't have the people who did chicken curry, then these garments wouldn't be in front of you. It would be a plain tunic with the drape, and it would be a plain jacket with this. This is from our current collection, which actually came out post-pandemic this year. And these are pieces which are even more elaborate, as you can see, because this is what a mother or a bride might wear. It's all chicken curry. It's very fine. And now we use another technique, which is we digitally print these very subtle colors and get the artworks, because otherwise to trace each artwork on each panel is too tedious. But the point of this is I bring up chicken curry because chicken curry was the one technique that was done by women in the city of Lucknow and in the environs of Lucknow. For some reason, it was never done by men, and they did it at home. And, they take something down to the local block printer, traditionally, and they block print it done, and you place the blocks, and then they have the blue marks, and then they embroider on it little round frames. And when it's complete, sometimes 4 or 5 women would work on one piece. They worked on it usually, so that's how we started. And then we decided we had to go into proper centers, so we built creches for them. And it's something we never thought about. We just did it because it was done by women. And there was no question of Muslim women migrating to the cities and leaving their families. They came from very traditional families. So my first thing was that, look, Indian craftsmen are the cornerstone of what we do. And like every industry that was traumatized, and certainly in that economic strata, but this is what I knew. So, we were giving proceeds of sales to Laila that we sit there starving. What we decided to do at the most important fundamental level was to honor them and start by setting up units all over the country. So people could live closer to their homes or live at home and work in centers that were set up close to, as you might know, their particular kind of embroidery. Every region has a language. It might have different food, it has different dialects, it has customs, but it also has certain kinds of fabrics or techniques that they engage in. So chikankari comes out of Lucknow, Ari comes out of Lucknow, brocades are woven in Banaras. Calcutta and Bengal are famous for very fine muslins, but different kinds of embroideries that are much thicker. So we realized that with our weavers, dyers, and certainly with our embroiderers, we're going to have centers set up and find a way. Technology makes it much easier. Once, the transport opened up, we let them come once a month. We sometimes go there. And now because of smartphones, we can keep monitoring things as it goes along. But the flip side of it is that we already had an issue with people copying what we did and have to be very secretive, but there didn't seem to be any choice around it. So you make the clothes more complicated, but you take it out to where people can work. And of course, whatever they earn goes much further. This was the single most important decision we made. And it's not that it was easy, and we've had another terrible lockdown and an even worse wave of COVID. But we managed to now set up 9 or 10 centers through Bengal, Uttarakhand, Bihar, and we're looking to set up more where between 40 to 100, 150 people will work in a cluster. And then once that gets too big, the person who runs it will then look for another cluster by not expecting people to commute, but by taking it out there. So chikankari was one of the things we did. And then the other thing that we started right away was that we've trained all these people for years and we couldn't just let them go. It wasn't a question of just paying them. We wanted them to have something to do, and we also needed to, because we had started work on a big factory, we needed to basically make sure that they were not, lost to the cause. Unfortunately, a lot of people, when I speak to people who run units in Lucknow, say they became rickshaw drivers, they're now selling vegetables. It is possibly easier. I don't know. I don't think it could be easier to stand outside in the heat and sell vegetables. Maybe they make a little more money. So now we've got to look at the remuneration. That's the next thing, because it is not logical that a craftsman who can do this kind of work that I have on the screen in front of you should be making less than somebody selling vegetables on the street. So we started doing the Pitchwai collection. Pitchwai is a piece of fabric normally painted traditionally in Rajasthan. And what we started doing was, in the techniques that we employed, we started designing to keep the craftsmen going. We said at some point, this will end and we'll have these wonderful pieces of textiles. So this is a traditional Pitchwai. It's probably 6 or 7 feet across and 3 feet perhaps in height. And these were embroidered in different thread techniques, Zardozi, Ari, French knots. We had the mother of pearl cut by another unit in Rajasthan, in Jaipur. Very fine artisanal, workshop. So all those little champa flowers, the frangipani, were hand cut and they got embroidered on. And lo and behold, we started selling these to the big decorators, who were very excited because they suddenly had these commissioned one-of-a-kind pieces for the mansions they were building. As you know, home became a very important place for everybody, no matter at what level you live. And it seemed to me that the one industry that was prospering before, besides online selling and athleisure, was the amount people were spending at home. Because suddenly, if you're stuck at home for 40 days, you realize that, you realize what it means and what you want, what more you possibly could do should you be stuck again, which did happen, and again, and again, and we hope not too long for. So we started doing these hand-painted Pitchwais that were then digitally done, printed, and so it was kind of a fun integration where the embroideries and the workmanship we did now jumped from clothes to home. In the past, it went from paintings into prints, into the clothes, which I'd shown when I'd come to Colombo. So this on the right is a very contemporary version You saw the pitchwai. This is a little gilet with a jumpsuit. And on the left is, of course, a classical lehenga. Do you want to show them the video? Yeah. Just a bit. So this is what we did this year. Instagram became the most powerful communication tool for us. But it was, now we're used to it. Many people in this factory have had COVID. I've even been in hospital. Luckily came out the week before. Oxygen ran into short supply in Delhi. But last year, we decided to do the first ever digital fashion show. We had no choice. By July, we were desperate to get, people to see the new collection. And so we basically cleaned out the studio, the room that I work in. This place looked completely mad. The whole crew was in hazmats with double gloves and double face shields, and the models were kept in separate rooms and their bottles were labeled. And we got them made up and we did a show which just involved very simple, single walking up and down. Do you have that video of last year's, the show? Last year's. Okay. Anyway, so we showed it like a classical show. We marketed it and we put in a big effort to market this, and that's what we did. And then subsequently, we've been doing, digital shows like this. We did a silver collection. We started working much more with accessories. But all I can say is that the most important thing that came home to me was that our lines, and I say this with all humility, are worth nothing without the Indian craftsmen. Our craftsmen are superb. They can do anything. They're willing to spend five women will sit for a year on a boat in Kashmir and hand embroider a sari that looks like a Kashmiri shawl. We also decided then that what we needed to do was you see what had happened in India is that I just had so much time to think about it, that we were becoming this wannabe Western society where, people are going to the absurd extent of bleaching their hair blonde and, wearing contact lenses and silly Western clothes that were inappropriate and certainly couldn't carry. Or then at weddings, they wanted to be Jodha Akbar, which is this, Rajput princess played by Aishwarya Rai in that film, where there are jewels from here to here. There are clothes that are so heavy, they can't walk. There are brides who've been weeping because they'll order things that are 40 kilograms. And the other thing that came to me that if you really wanted to love, if you really wanted to present luxury, you wanted to buy it, you're going to spend on it at every level if you buy things that you love. And I think perhaps the time had come, time to go back to an earlier time where you love things and you re-love them and you wore them again and again. So since I have a sweater from Brunello Cucinelli, which was so expensive, but I love it and I'll wear it at least every, 20 times in winter or 30 times, and it'll always travel with me. And so I think that as a construct, if people went back to that, unfortunately what's happened in this age of Instagram is that people are so obsessed with the projection and what they're constantly posting that many women don't want to be seen in the same outfit again. And obviously, that's a very daft thing for many reasons, because you're not going to buy really great luxury unless you're a trillionaire, because even sensible billionaires repeat clothes. And the other thing is that it's so bad for global warming because, as you all might know, 90 billion pieces of clothing are put into landfills every year. And a lot of these now, which come out of fast fashion, are not pure fibers. So the time they take to disintegrate, shall we say, or to go back into the earth, is hundreds of years, and they have a lot of chemical residue in there. So we also thought about luxury being love and re-love, where you love something and you re-love wearing it. And we started to do these campaigns where, as you can see on the left, it's a traditional lehenga. She's got a choli, she's got a lehenga, which is hand-painted and embroidered, and what we call the dupatta. And so we started to do Instagram videos of how else women could repurpose their clothes and give it a freshness, because this whole fake celebrity culture where everyone's just borrowing clothes and taking samples and wearing them, and normal people think that this is normal and that no one ever repeats clothes and that is cool. Well, it's very, very uncool. And so, and gratefully, thankfully, we have, Prince William's wife, Kate, repeating outfits. And I think there are people who've taken this up as a cause to start showing that, to endorsing the fact that we buy beautiful things and you reuse them. So this was a campaign we did. Luxury is love and re-love. And so we showed a sari. This is how you can wear the sari with a pantsuit. You can be as young and trendy as you want. In the earlier shot, there was a dupatta. And, oh, this is the image, sorry, my bad. This was from the first show we did where we cleared the room that I work in and we shot with complete social distancing. If you could only peek behind that wall, it would look like you're in a surgeon's operating theater. It looked that mad because everybody was gloved, added, masked, separated. There was full hysteria. And the models were told to take their masks just before they came out. And then we did also, because it happened to be our 25th year since the studio started. So again, to endorse the idea of love, re-love, taking pieces from the past, wearing them again and showing people how to repurpose that. So we did a big celebratory film for September, October. That, of course, was, shot in a studio where people were a little calmer. We were in an actual movie studio shooting. And then this year we've started doing more film. So film has become a very important part of what we do. This is a video, let me play it for you. So basically, we've gone back now to pushing the idea, which is very much something that's always been with us. I say, which other country can you pull out your great-grandmother's sari and wear it? In India, you don't have to be rummaging in a vintage store. Same as Sri Lanka. I think we move very far from adopting Western ideas of wear and dispose and seasonality. And I think this time has come, and perhaps the pandemic was the right moment to slow down, to understand who we depend on to make this possible, to really help think about their lives, not just people who work in our factories because they're governed by laws here, industrial laws. So we're taking a lot of work and units back to different parts of the country. We're working a lot more with weavers. We're supporting our craft fully, and we're trying to change the mindset of the new customer so that they understand a thing of beauty is a joy forever. It's one of my favorite quotes from Keats. I have a few questions that have been sent to me, which I'll quickly read out and answer because I might be running out of time. I think there's been a lot of talk on sustainability. And in the bridal and luxury market, where no bride's going to wear something that she's seen. I mean, there's still, my own son's getting married and I'm a little horrified at what the bride and all are up to and how much discussion there is every day. And I'm like, get on with it. But anyway, I don't think that they're going to not wear things. I just want them to wear finer things and to choose things they can use again. I think that has to be a conscious choice. You can layer, you can wear an extra veil, whether it's your jewelry, whether it's your thing. We've been showing people how to combine lehengas with simple shirts. This is a pantsuit. You could have worn this coat with that bustier, with a lehenga, or even pants. Think about how you can use this again. Buy less, buy better. Buy things that have craft in it, not synthetic imports just because you think it's cool or it has a designer label. In this image that's in front of you, this is an old Zardozi, which is the old Indian traditional embroidery. It's an umbrella I had bought 20 years back. It was very old already. And I just happened to see when we had done this out and said, oh my God, these ideas come back into our heads. And especially for cultures like ours, where we've not been in this mode. I mean, there were influences that came in from invasions because we were textile industries. People wore saris the same way. Then, we had the Islamic invasions, and so different silhouettes came in, and embroidery was the big thing. And then they beautifully started to blend in the Mughal empires, and tailoring came in with the English. I mean, those are broadly the definitions. It's only past independence when we started to follow Western trends, that you have bell bottoms, you have this, you have that, and the magazines here are constantly bamboozling Western fashion and Western trend down our throats because they're owned by them. I think it's very important to think about who we are and how we want to live, and especially post-pandemic, what it is that's going to sustain our culture. Yes, I do take a position on sustainability. We are making it very fashionable. There's literally two fabrics we use that have poly content in them and are imported because they are permanently pleated, and we don't know how to do that in silk. So it's like the fabric that Issey Miyake uses. It is very convenient for travel, and it makes certain forms that we can't get in our handlooms or even our mill-made textiles. Definitely very conscious about that. Also moving a lot of work back into hand versus machine and computer. We have to do some of that too. There's our price points become astronomical because we are fighting two things. We now have a greater coordination cost. We're trying to do more things by hand, naturally sending things back to the villages and smaller towns. We're not paying them less per piece, but there's much more coordination. I think for me, I just celebrated my 25th year and I was working on a book. And the biggest, I feel awful saying it. And, since I almost got bumped off myself by COVID, I think it's not so bad. That the biggest luxury for me during the pandemic was having the time to sit and think, because I think we were running on a treadmill of life. And, one deadline I feel we're kind of slipping back into that. And working on the book and seeing our journey in 25 years, kind of taught me or reconnected me with many ideas of why we started. Like everything, you drift. You don't mean to, but it happens. And so I was reconnected to why we started, and I've gone very fast back into that. The clothes will always be comfortable. I tell them if skirt's going to weigh more than X amount of kilos, dump it, don't put it on the line. We have to design for modern living, not for costume. That's the only way people will use it again and again and hand it down. And if things are beautiful, nobody throws away something beautiful. You get fast fashion, you throw it away. If you live in a culture that values you because you're wearing something new every day, it's time to throw that away as well. I've been asked that during the pandemic, I've remodeled garments from Eastern to Western sensibility. I think we have become very Western in many ways. We wear Western silhouettes because of convenience and comfort. I mean, I'd love to wear a dhoti to work, but I could never imagine it. And even when I wear a dhoti, I have to have it pre-draped with a zipper because there's no way in my current lifestyle that it's, the sari is one last place that women still wear it. But the concept sari, what we call, is worn constantly because women want to go at a wedding or parties, they're dancing. And if they don't wear saris regularly, they're not comfortable, or they need someone to come and put 30 pins into them, and they say they can't get out, and it feels too straitjacketed. We're going to change. Our time with technology, with globalization, with what younger generations see, they're global citizens now. So I think we have to accept that, but how we interpret it and what solutions we as designers or in any field come up with to help it stay contemporary. So right here in front of you is a classic image. There are many young girls who want a coat and trousers and a bustier. I can say, no, I'm not going to do it. I don't have a problem that it's Western. It's using the West Indian craft. Because it's three different garments, it can be used. The pants can be worn with a turtleneck, with a white shirt. Those are handmade belts of ours in silver on handmade brocade. The belt base is a brocade. The coat can be worn with a sari, it can be worn with a kurta, it can be worn over a lehenga, and the bustier can be worn in many, many different ways. And I don't see that as a conflict. I see that as a sign of progress to make sure that our things of beauty are joys forever. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tarun, for answering the questions we have sent you. And thank you for joining us and contributing to the 6th Responsible Fashion Summit, Tarun. This concludes
Thank you.
This concludes the 6th edition of the Responsible Fashion Summit on Circularity in Action. We thank all our panelists and our moderators for their valuable time and sharing their knowledge on this topic. We also thank our audience, both digital and on ground, for taking the time to be with us. We hope this has been an invaluable contribution to you. Until we meet again for the next edition of the summit, have a wonderful evening.
We love our planet. We do not let our planet down. We care for it. We are STAR. Cradled in the heart of the Indian Ocean lies a small, precious pearl surrounded by golden sands and bountiful waves. Adorned with natural lustrous colors, embellished with flora and fauna, this pearl, also known as Sri Lanka, is heaven on earth. With a rich history in manufacturing apparel that dates back thousands of years, it was this very same pearl lying in the ancient Silk Route that bridged the Orient to the West. Since then, Sri Lanka has blossomed into a world-class apparel sourcing destination for the global fashion industry. As the pioneer association representing the nation's apparel manufacturers, the Sri Lanka Apparel Exporters Association, or SLAEA, strives to portray the reality of Sri Lankan apparel. An end-to-end apparel solutions provider that goes beyond your average apparel manufacturing destination. Inaugurated in 1982, the members of the SLAEA represent over 70% of the total value of apparel export earnings of the country. The association brings together key stakeholders within the country to engineer favorable operating conditions that would enable the apparel industry to thrive. Sri Lanka's hallmark quality and productivity, along with its reputation as an ethical manufacturing destination that prides itself on championing female empowerment and employing sustainable manufacturing practices, make the island nation the ideal location to do business. With SLAEA, Sri Lanka's story of apparel will continue to scale insurmountable heights as we move into an exciting future in this isle of apparel.